for a race today. Leave it all out there. Nice and smooth. Let's get it all done all day long. I got a good feeling about today, guys. Do something pretty special today. Green, green, green.
Holy cow! We had the good one to end the race. Oh, we had a giant pack back here. Holy cow!
Here we come. Go, 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 go. Got to be kidding me.
Didn't even make it a lap.
Nice and smooth, nice and smooth. Wow, that was dumb.
And hello everybody, welcome back to Major's Garage Cup Series action. This week we head to Darlington Raceway for a little throwback week. It's going to be your boys up in the booth, Nathaniel Campbell and Bill Martin, and we're here to cover the Goodyear 400. Bill, how you feeling?
I'm excited. Last night we had a pretty good race. We were under on the caution flag that we had. I think this race, like you said, is going to be cleaner than last night's race, and it's going to be fun to watch this one. We've already seen in qualifying some guys qualifying out front that have had some bad luck in qualifying. So we're going to have new faces in the front of this race for the beginning, including last year's champ, Nick Vasquez. So he had a great qualifying run. And Justice again had another qualifying run, so he's fast.
Yeah, qualifying's still underway, so these guys, I think about half the field is done right now at the moment. It says about 23 cars, so still getting it sorted.
This is going to be a fun race. I think we're going to have a few caution flags in the beginning. Then we're going to have some nice green flag runs like we saw last night. And it is going to be a tire game, just conserving, and just trying to be there towards the end of the runs for the points and, of course, the finish. Now, last night, you were in last night's race. Do you think that the tire fall off will be better or worse tonight?
I think it'll be better tonight. I think the Cup cars tend to handle fall off just a little bit better than the Xfinity cars, and just the way that they're modeled. I don't know if it's because you're downshifting here and then upshifting on the straightaways, or if it's just that the Cup cars have maybe just a little bit less power that kind of eats into those tires as we get rolling into the longer runs, I should say. But I think these guys will fall off, but it will be a little bit later than the Xfinity cars will.
Now, you brought up another good point, shifting. We will be shifting tonight, and that brought out problems for a few drivers last week when they were spinning. So that's an issue we're going to have to worry about. And again, turn 4 was a trouble spot last night, as it usually is. Guys just not being able to keep all 4 tires underneath them. They get a little squirrel in that top line, and they always seem to come down and collect somebody else inside of them. So that's one issue we're going to have to watch tonight, along with who's going to pull the short stop before the cautions come out to gain the position, and strategy is going to be a big part of it.
Yeah, it is. And I just realized my my information bar down there is decided to reset back to the Martinsville after I changed it to Darlington this week. So if y'all have been reading that, that is from last week's information. I did change it. I don't know why it decided to change back. Having a bunch of weird things happen this week. But
I will say this.
yeah.
There will be less cautions this week than there
That is true.
was last week. So
That is
we're gonna have
true.
plenty of green flag racing tonight.
I think qualifying has been completed, but it looks like Nick Vasquez just doing some laps out there. Maybe get final procedures underway and make sure his car's all good.
Yeah, Nick won here last year. I know he wants to repeat that. He hasn't had the luck that he had last year. By this time last year, he had already won, I think, 2 or 3 races. So he's looking to get back into victory lane this week. This league has changed dramatically from last year. Almost the entire league has changed. There's really not much that's left other than the drivers, and we have a lot of new faces. So
And
Crown Jewel Racing League has definitely stepped up, and this is going to be the product of the talent that we have in this field. So
I was
looking
gonna
forward to
say,
seeing this race.
adding to your point, even different from last week. Some news heading in from last week into this week. 4 new charters going to be allowed into the series with the rulebook change of open cars being axed from the Cup Series. So you'll see the number 7, number 10, number 42, and number 63 out on the track. Nathan Fuller this week will drive the 7. Henry Kalhoff this week will drive the 10. And then it seems that the 42 and 63 have full-time drivers, and those will be Alan Phillips and Johnny Avila. And then moving over into that 5 car to move full-time status is going to be Jacob Quill, last week's winner that filled in for Thomas Wolfe.
Yes. Thomas Wolfe was unable to race. He was with me Sunday night for the ARCA. He was, of course, here last night, and he was looking forward to this race. So I want to see what's going to happen. This is going to be a very important race as far as points go. Darlington is always a big show. And I'll tell you what, when I was down for the South Carolina 400 back in November, I drove by the Darlington track before I flew home. It's a lot bigger than I thought it was. So that might be one of my hot spots this summer. I might head back down towards that area and check out a race in Darlington itself. So beautiful area. I would definitely do research on what hotel you stay in Florence. And other than that, it's a good time down there.
And looking at tonight's grid, you'll see Boyd Hoggan on the pole with Cody Porter to his outside, Dallas Pataska, Jacob Quill starting row 2, Stephen Mankey, Thomas Wolfe row 3 with Tyler Justice, Oscar Jensen in row 4. Jensen going to be filling in for that 19 this week. Johnny Avila going to be 9th with Nick Vasquez in 10th. Noah Hamilton and Nick Basden, some teammates in row 6 in 11th and 12th. Just behind them, you'll see Logan Geisbrecht, another one of those guys from Xander Volt, with Stephen Carlisle to his outside, Hayden Higginbotham and Nathan Fuller in row 8. Garth Griswold in 17th with John Connor to his outside, and 18th, Caleb Tipton and Zach Johnson round out the first 10 rows of the race. Cody Leach, Corey Montz in 21st and 22nd. Then you'll have Henry Kalhoff and Cameron Albertson, 23rd, 24th. Just behind them, you're going to have, it looks like, Kenny Reel and Alan Phillips in 25th, 26th, 27th, Ray Gill, 28th, Noah Hunt, 29th, Michael Deitch, 30th, Noah Spalding, Jay Salmon, 31st, Jonathan Lager, 32nd, Xander Short, 33rd, Tyler Bellinger, Stuart Harding Walker, Ben Lawson. And then we got 3 more guys rounding out the field here tonight. Going to be Vince Mitchell, Tommy Carroll, and Thomas Villano. Pace car is off. Boyd Hoggan's getting ready to go, racing with Cody Porter. And we're green.
We see these two guys starting side by side all the time. Oh, man, what an even run for both of those guys going into turn 1. It's going to be Hoggan out front, followed by Porter in the 04 car. Quill gets into the 3rd spot in the 5, followed by Pataska in the 17. Wolfe will round out your top 5 as they come down to complete turn 1. You see him kind of just taking it a little easy, going through 3 and 4, and we're still seeing cars touch that outside wall like we saw last night.
Bunch of rookies holding on to the top 5 right now. That last car being Dallas Pataska in 4th, 5th last year's champion Thomas Wolfe right now on board with Stephen Mankey, who just lost a spot to that 95 of Tyler Justice, one of his teammates.
Go! Man. Bunch of cars bouncing off the wall there.
3 wide in the back, Garth Griswold, Caleb Tipton, Cody Leach right here. Trying to sort it out early on.
This is what the problem was last night. Guys coming off of turn 4, they get up there a little bit into the wall, they overcorrect, and they come down into the car underneath them. Sends them flying. That's going to happen all night. You're also going to hear and see guys scraping that outside wall all night. It's called the Darlington stripe, and you know what? It's kind of like a rite of passage, even in iRacing. But out front, it's still, you see Hoggan running in front of Porter. And, you know, we've seen Hoggan out front every race pretty much, being followed by Porter and Quill. And it seems like the top 4 and 5 here, those are the guys that we keep mentioning every race for leading laps. These are the 5 guys that have shown up to race.
Yeah, and Quill being that last one to gain full-time status here, now driving that 5 car for Hollywood Motorsports after the departure of Alan Phillips. Right now finds himself 3rd, just in front of our points leader Dallas Pataska, who is in 4th trying to hunt him down. See some throwbacks on these cars as well, like Boyd Hogan's and Dallas Pataska's.
Pataska, that nice blue and white 17 car brings back memories. It wasn't that long ago for me, but I guess it was in ancient times according to some of you. But you see a lot of these guys running those retro paint schemes. Quite a few of them that I can recognize. Of course, you have the STP. You know, there's brings back some memories for us older folks.
Looking on at John Connor right now, trying to hunt down Stephen Carlisle in that 97 and 81.
Yeah, and he looked very stable through that corner. He's got a good handling race car. I think he's very happy in that 97. Look how smooth he is. He's not moving at all, just kind of riding it out the way he should. He's in a good position. There's no need to really force his way forward at this point. It's only lap 7 of 90 for the first stage, so if he keeps doing what he's doing, these other cars in front of him are going to burn up this stuff, and he's going to be able to pick them off one by one.
See Carlisle just in front of him making a move.
Oh, yeah. We see Avila now. He's pulled up into the top 10.
Making his return to the Crown Jewel community. Raced a couple races last year and actually won the Darlington playoff race last year, so could be a threat to win here tonight as well.
You're already starting to hear the chatter of those tires as they come through the corners, and a set of tires does not last long here, and it didn't seem to last long last night in your race either. So, you know, this track is so old, I don't think they've resurfaced it in the last, 30 years at least.
It's been a while, I would say, for sure.
Yeah. But that 20 car is starting to pull away just a little bit, little over a half a second, and he has a very smooth line through the corners here. His car doesn't seem to be struggling. A lot of these guys are up late last night testing and tuning these cars, fine-tuning their setups, getting ready for this race. Everybody knows how important it is. Even though it's iRacing, it's still Darlington. It means a lot, especially to that number 22 car of Nick Vasquez. He's back in 7th spot, moving his way up a little bit. He's just kind of chilling out, just waiting, buying his time. You have to be patient here.
Yeah, last year's winner of this specific race, Nick Vasquez, started 10th. He's moved up to 7th so far, so moving somewhat slowly, but getting it done. I would actually say at this point in the race, somewhat quickly. 3 spots and 11 laps is a good amount of gain, actually. So doing what he can right now and just riding around in that 22, it seems, at the moment, just in front of his previous team owner, Stephen Mankey.
And Mankey running that classic petty scheme that he has, and you know, actually, no, I'm sorry, it's not a petty scheme. That was, oh man, that's the old Ford Shelby type scheme that was so popular with the Shell logo as well.
It looks very similar to Petty Blue. I can see how you can
Yeah.
mix it up.
Oh, and he gets up there and just touches that wall, but that's not a big thing. You're going to see that all night long. I can guarantee more than half the cars tonight are going to do that exact same maneuver, bouncing off that wall. One car slowed down there. I'm not sure who that is.
I believe that was somebody going down into the pits. It looks like Michael Deitch has some damage on the front end.
Ooh, he has significant damage on the front end of that thing.
You can see a replay real quick here and see what happened to that 57. It looks like coming out of turn 2, this is just in front of Tyler Bellinger. Actually, this is 4.
Oh,
and into the inside wall.
yeah, and that's what we talked about. Came in, got a little squirrely coming off the corner and went right down in front of Ballinger. Ballinger had no place to go. There's nothing he could have done. That's what it looked like to me.
So Deitch, early damage, early trouble for that 57, and he'll find himself probably multiple laps down here once he gets that car back out on track.
Race isn't over yet. He can still claw back.
39 total cars here out of the 40 entry charters. So it seems like one is missing from tonight's race. I'm not sure who that is. But basically a full field here tonight.
It is. Anytime you have more than 30 cars on a track, it's very busy out there.
See guys migrating already up high in 1 and 2. That's kind of the line that you want to run. If you see them migrating in 3 and 4, that's when you know that the tires have definitely started to fall off just a little bit more, and you're able to carry some speed around that maybe middle to higher line in 3 and 4, and it kind of gives you a better exit off. It's interesting how this track works sometimes.
Now, you raced last night. Was the track changing throughout the night, or was it just kind of like 1 or 2 lines that you had to follow?
It definitely felt like it was changing all night. It seemed like it was more of kind of what you said, though, at that tail end there, the lines kind of being 1 or 2 lines that you ran all night. There's not really a lot of space to run in these corners, so it doesn't really give you much to kind of differ as you run in these corners, but making passes, it's definitely interesting trying to do it exiting a corner or even entering a corner. If you're able to get it done mid-corner, that's honestly the safest way to get it past down here in the corners. But you're realistically looking to set up stuff on the straightaways to get into entries and stuff like that. So I would say passing, that's really the only time that you look to use kind of off normal lines here at Darlington.
You know, for a big, huge track like this, look how wide it is as they come down the straightaways into the corners. You would think that there'd be plenty of room to pass, but it's just the
So
fast line is that line way up close to that wall. And you know, if you have a car underneath you and anything happens, you're both are gonna have a bad night. Doesn't take much here to wreck.
On board with our race leader as he's heading into 1 and 2 here, starting to catch up to some lap traffic here now, which is going to be a big test to see what he can do to get around these lap cars, to see if he can do it quickly and maybe not lose time to Cody Porter or Jacob Quill, who are actually starting to be nose to tail here as they enter 3 and 4.
Yeah, Hoggan's kind of pulled away a little bit from those two, and they're kind of not really battling with each other. It seems as if everybody's just kind of nose to tail, kind of clipped off some laps here. But we've seen Hoggan in that that front car. He's fast every single race. He puts so much time into these setups. And you see a lap car there. Great sportsmanship by that, pulling down way low like that. When you're racing around this track and you come up to a lap car like that, man, your feet start getting a little nervous, start dancing a little bit, palms get a little sweaty.
Quill was looking for a move there in 4. Couldn't find anything.
Oh, man, they get so close to that outside wall. Ooh, one car there getting a little squirrely.
Quill to the inside of Porter through 3 and 4, and he's looking to take second. Last week's winner, moving up to second over Daytona 500 winner. And now here comes Dallas Pataska. That's going to put Porter in a a bad situation here. He might fall to 4th.
Yeah, but the problem is Pataska's on the inside of him, and he doesn't have the momentum, and that's going to really kill it for him, and he might get past as they come out of this corner.
Yeah, Tyler
But we'll
Justice
see if
as
they can do
well.
it.
Closing into this battle. It's now a 3-car battle as Jacob Quill has started to check out of that battle for 3rd. Pataska now is trying to set up a low entry, or a low exit, I should say.
Quill is loving watching these guys battle hard because it allows him to pull away a little bit and maybe run down Hoggan. We're going to have to watch that time difference. It's just barely under 2 seconds right now, Hoggan's lead is, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that to see if it goes down at all with Quill being all alone.
Yeah, doing a good job keeping that 20 car. It seems pretty clean right now. He might be the only one that hasn't used a Darlington stripe up yet.
Yeah. But so far, we're getting ready to go to the 25th lap of this race already, all under green. So a lot different than what we've seen the past couple of weeks with these cars. And I think some of the tracks that we've had are really difficult tracks for iRacing. They seem to be tracks that you kind of as fun as this is and as realistic it is, you just sometimes just do not get the feel. And the depth perception is still a little bit off. And man, Martinsville is one of those tracks where you need all the depth perception you can get.
Justice makes a pass on Porter. That moves him up to 4th. I believe Avila also got passed by Nick Vasquez there. Maybe I'm incorrect in thinking. Could have been the other way around.
Oh, Wolf is hanging strong in the 6th spot right now. He's kind of chilling out. He's got the best of both worlds, really. He's got the cars in front of him that he can kind of use a little bit of the toe down the straightaways, but he doesn't have anybody behind him to worry about pressure. And as far as the pressure in front of him, that's all underneath his right foot. As you see the car in front of him kind of bounce off the wall right there. Porter just barely touches that line. Oof.
It almost sometimes gives you a little speed boost if you can just slightly tap the wall instead of staying in it and just bouncing off of it very quickly. Almost gets the car kind of where you want to place it to exit the corner, especially in 1 and 2. It feels like 3 and 4 maybe a little bit different, but 1 and 2, you can almost just bounce it off the wall for a split second and kind of get it down to that bottom lane where you want to exit. It's interesting how Darlington works, as I said.
Yeah, definitely, I can see it in turns 1 and 2 where you could use that wall to bounce you down to the track for the exit. That would be nice if it worked every time. Now we're starting to see these guys really start mixing it up here. 2 cars side by side, they're getting around him. Everything's going to be all right. Pataska's going to get cleanly away. He gets around Quill, and now they're going right back at Hoggan. But Hoggan at this point, they are barely closing in on Hoggan. Just barely. Now, you really can't use the draft all that much. I mean, you can get a little bit of a toe, but as far as catching Hoggan, it's still going to be difficult.
Yeah, right now Pataska just about 1.6 seconds back. That gap is starting to close down just a little bit. You did say it was just under 2 a couple laps ago.
Before.
It's
Yep, they gained
down about
2/10 that lap.
Yeah.
So
Hoggan is in some lap traffic, so that could be what is playing factor here.
yeah. I'm not sure if that was Hoggan or not. That just got way up high in front of Pataska.
1/3 of the way through stage 1. So they start lap 30 now.
I just saw another car down low by the wall. I'm not sure if they were entering the pits or not. But we're still green. You see another car there with a bunch of damage, the 58 car. And here comes Hoggan getting around him.
Hoggan making his way through some lap traffic.
Now, that 58 car had significant rear damage. I don't remember seeing anything that would have given that much damage to the back of the car.
Alex Pataska now trying to make his way through this. It's actually the 56 of Tommy Carroll. Oh, car around on the back straightaway.
There's our first caution.
Guys having to take evasive maneuvers, and that's going to be Xander Short And the number
Oh,
2.
no! Oh, the old Sterling Marling car. I remember that car went back-to-back at Daytona 2 years in a row with Sterling Marlin in it. The McClure car.
This might not be his
So,
fault. Vince Mitchell
th-
sucking the wall, and they're just side by side
oh,
as they come off of turn 4 or turn 2 there. Very tight
well,
exit of the corner.
Vince Mitchell couldn't have gotten any higher. He was into the wall.
Yeah, and that's it's a tough situation to be in, and it's a tough situation to kind of find yourself out of. And I think that 2 car might be damaged a lot more than it looks.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like he just went right up and thought he was clear.
That could be a possibility. Maybe he saw the 18 in the wall and just thought he was clear by the time he got around him.
Yeah. I wonder if I know we've had some issues with netcode. Makes you wonder if maybe that had something to do with it as well.
Looks like the leaders all elect to come down pit road, and they bring everybody else with them. All the way
Yeah.
down to the 30th place car coming down pit road here. 31st now on pit road, 32nd. So everybody taking tires.
I doubt many people thought we were going to go 31 green flag laps. So a couple of cars did stay out, but I think some of those cars were ones that had issues earlier, either trying to get their lap back or they just don't need to pit just yet. And
Looks
there
like
goes Hoggan out of the pits. Villano, the 35 car. I love seeing him out front in that number 1 spot right there.
he did
I
stay
need
out
to
on
take a
track.
screenshot of that.
I don't know if he missed pit road or something, but he is on old tires out on track, so he is definitely going to
Possibly
be
getting a lap back.
no, he's in the lead lap, so he definitely just stayed out. I don't know if he missed the pit road. Yep, he goes in pit road that time, so I think he just missed pit road.
Well, he got the points for leading the lap. Actually, that doesn't exist anymore, does it?
It does not.
So that's going to shake up the top 10 just a little bit. We've got a couple of guys towards the back of this top 10 that got mixed around. It was a nice break, first caution. We've seen some green flag laps, green flag. I thought we were going to see some green flag pit stops coming up, and I'm not sure how many laps can they go before they need to pit here in these cars.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure the fuel tanks can go around 70 laps, but the tires are going to want to come in a lot earlier than that, so I think it's really around maybe 50 to 65 laps is probably the furthest these guys want to push it. I think we'll see here in the third stage, is that's going to be our longest stage of the night. I believe it was 112 laps. Could be a little bit shorter than that, but I know it's more than the 90 laps we have in stage 1 and the 95 laps we have in stage 2. I think it might be 107 actually. But pace car off down to pit road, I should say, and it's going to be the 95 and the 20 back on track. We're green once again here in Darlington.
Your breath, folks. There's the problem right there on restarts. Everybody goes side by side into the corners, and that's the last place you want to be, is near another car. See a couple of cars getting squirrely towards the back. I don't think that was any issue. I think they were just trying to stay clear of each other, but you see some cars there almost 3 wide, and there is no way you can survive 3 wide at this track.
And you see guys still 2 wide. Cody Leach making a pass here on Zach Johnson.
Now, you can get a lot of momentum off that top line. It's just, will your tires stick?
Johnson
And
side by side with Harding Walker.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
Yeah, not early on in the run, that's for sure.
Yeah. But those 2 guys are pretty talented drivers, so I think they're pretty comfortable. They've been racing with each other for, a while now. I think they're pretty comfortable in there. You see Hogan, I'm sorry, not Hogan, that's the 45 car. He makes some moves there and gets underneath. Clean pass.
Back out front, Boyd Hogan starting to pull away once again. He's got Tyler Justice in second, Dallas Pataska in third. And don't look now, Nick Vasquez up to fourth.
Yeah, here comes Vasquez. Like I said, he wants some redemption. That's a pretty stout top 5 right there. Really, it's a pretty stout top 10, to be honest with you.
Moved
3
over.
rookies out front, although that's unfair to call them rookies.
Vasquez moved over to Palmetto Motorsports a couple weeks ago. Seems like Darlington going to be one of those places that they might be able to benefit from him, as he's running pretty well here once again. Currently P4.
Yeah, well, Vasquez right now is the top running car for that team. So driving a Toyota now, which is not what he's used to. He's used to that Ford Mustang. But, even a Camry's better looking than a Mustang as far as I'm concerned. Man, I just love that paint scheme of Mankey. I just can't stop looking at it. There's an old Denny Hamlin paint scheme.
Kenny Reel doing another fill-in race for that number 11 at Zandervolt Unlimited. Hopefully Nashil's doing all right. Kenny doing a good job with that car right now, up to 12th.
He is, and anytime we're in the top 15 here, if you finish in the top 15, to me that's a win. It's all survival, and then plus only the good survive to the end of the race. So whoever's going to be here at the end, they're going to be trying to win this thing, and it's going to be extremely difficult to pass at the end of this race. Forget about now. This is just a small little battle. The war is yet to come. That's going to start probably with 50 or so laps to go.
Yeah, these guys still trying to figure out kind of how their cars are racing around this track right now. Obviously, the weather kind of interesting out there. It's actually, we didn't look at it at pre-race, so let's go ahead and pull that up real quick while they're out there. But you'll see partly cloudy skies, can get up to about 81, but the big factor of the week could be that wind. You see 16 to 17 miles an hour of wind. It hasn't really been too much of a factor this season, but tonight's race could be a factor with how high those wind numbers are.
Well, I know last night the track was extremely hot and it caused problems everywhere. So, not sure what the track temperature is now, but if it gets creeping up to where it was last night, we may see similar problems.
I say it's pretty hot out there, considering that the air temp could get up to 81. Usually that means track temps usually maybe upwards of 120, sometimes in those 130 ranges. So it could be really hot out there right now, honestly.
And that's what we were seeing last night, very high track temperatures, making it nice and slick. But of course, as the race goes on, it cools off a little bit and makes for a little bit better race. But we're a long ways from that. The 66 car getting very squirrely.
Ray Gale having a moment on the inside of Cody Leach. That was now losing a lot of positions. Going to fall all the way behind Hayden Higginbotham. Might not be that long, though, for Ray Gale behind Hayden Higginbotham as he's in the wall.
Another car, that 16 car, making a nice maneuver to stay out of the door there.
Jay Salmon.
He's going to survive that one.
Makes it through that, followed closely by Alan Phillips. Higginbotham still stuck in the wall there.
There's the petty car.
Yeah, there's one of those petty cars. That's Cameron Albertson in the 14 right now. It looks like he might have a little bit of right front damage, so might be nursing that number 14 right now around the track. Finds himself P30 right now.
That's still just such a classic. Such a classic, always will be.
I believe, if I remember right, it was the 79 petty scheme that he's running.
You know what? I think I'm the only one old enough in this league to remember actually seeing that on a car that Petty was driving.
Could be. I don't know. Might have to ask around about that.
Out front again, the three rookies, Hoggan, Justice, Pataska, the three amigos going at it. Vasquez sitting there in that fourth position. He's just waiting for something to happen. And now Avila has moved up. He's in the fifth spot. So we've got a stout top five. Now look at the three cars behind him, Quill, Wolf, Mankey. I mean, those three guys can win this race at all as well.
I think anybody in the top 10 honestly has a shot at winning this thing as long as they can make it to the end. We got a couple of previous winners at Darlington here. We got our points leader. We got a bunch of guys in the top 10 in points as well. So I think anybody in this top 10 really has a shot at it. It looks like Justice is going to let Pataska through, and he'll move up to second. Justice doing a smart move there and not really fighting it. He saw Pataska was barreling down on him and didn't really want to make it. Didn't want to put that 95 into a bad spot.
And that's exactly what he should have done, because we've been talking about you don't want to be side by side. So if he can let the guy go who's going to pass him eventually, just let him by and save your tires even more. And he did exactly what he needed to do. He didn't cause a caution, and his car's in one piece, and all he did was lose that one spot.
Looking back to Mankey and Jensen. Fuller just behind them in the number 7. One of those new cars to the field. Jensen filling in, I believe, for that's Jim Mott, who drives the 19 normally. Rumors are that Jim Mott's off on a cruise right now. I think that is the truth.
I don't feel bad for him.
I think he's enjoying his off time right now.
I actually can't say anything. I'll be going for the next couple of weeks as well, so I will not be in the booth. I would have to get up at about 3:30 in the morning to broadcast. So, sorry, bud, you're on your own.
Oh, one car going around in the back, or almost sideways.
Oh, no,
still trying to save it. Harding Walker. I don't know who that was down to the inside of him, but he was getting turned, and I think he just tried to save it off of whoever that was. Ben Lawson in the 3, it looks like. Yes. Lawson lightly tapped the wall. They kept it clean, and we're still green out on track.
Wow. That was close.
Oh, and we're still having problems with that 3 car. These guys trying to get around him, and it's not really working the best.
They're trying to bring a caution flag out. It hasn't worked so far, but if they keep persistent at it, they're certainly going to have a few more cars unhappy with them.
So Stuart Harding Walker gets away cleanly from that and has a big gap behind him, a big gap in front of him. That gives him clean air, but definitely not a position you want to feel at all.
Clean air and no pressure from behind.
Bellinger looking to the inside of Henry Kalhoff, trying to make a move off of turn 2 here. It's going to allow Ben Lawson actually get a better run. Get to the inside of Bellinger now. Some close battling for 22nd, 23rd.
Yeah, these guys are running side by side pretty hard. I'd be very careful about doing that. It's still very early in this race. And this is a long one, 293 laps at Darlington.
It is just 7 laps shorter than last week's race. And realistically, it shouldn't have been, as now we have switched over to full-length races throughout the rest of the season. So it's going to be some long races here on the Crown Jewel Race Network here.
It is,
we're up for it.
This race is looking like it's going to go by faster than last week's race, because they are really out there having a good time. Only one caution so far. We've come close a few times, but
Very
not
close
quite yet. Hey, Well, we just had one car get real loose. I'm not sure who that was further on the back, but they're able to keep it together. Now, these guys are already starting to see some tire wear, starting to see more and more cars having trouble coming off the corners.
Oh, I'm getting a crash
So it's,
report here on the front straightaway.
yeah.
Hayden Higginbotham, big damage on that front end. I think Garth Griswold might have been collected as well. Let's see what happened here off of turn 4.
Oh,
And somehow that's not a caution. 2 cars going around. Griswold stopped on the front stretch. And now the yellow flag is out. Believe it was for that incident, as there's no other reports for crashes. But an interesting turn of events here. Just a little bit over midway through stage 1, and it looks like that's going to bring the field back down pit road here. Believe it. I don't know how many sets of tires they actually have, because the original session was off and my notes had whatever was in the original session, so I don't know if it's 10 or 12. But these guys definitely have enough sets to come down pit road twice here in stage 1 and take some tires. And that is what they are electing to do. Everybody down pit road.
I mean, it's pretty much a situation where you do what the leader does. I mean, we've had nice long green flag runs. These tires are really getting beat up, so I really don't see anybody. I, I don't know why you'd stay out unless you absolutely have to.
Did I just see Boyd Hogan's pit crew wearing suits? Like actual suits and not race suits? Is that what I was looking
I
at?
wouldn't doubt it.
It looks
I
like
know
they come for business.
my pit crew.
Look, they are.
Yep, they do. They have. Yeah, my pit crew has Evil Knievel suits on.
There you go. So through 59 laps here in stage 1, Boyd Hoggan has the lead over Dallas Pataska. Tyler Justice, Johnny Avila, and Jacob Quill moves back up into that top 5. It's going to be bumping Nick Vasquez out to 6th.
Well, they've been putting down some pretty good times, even with the tire fall off, that they don't seem to be slowing down at all. They're just going right at it. Already getting ready to pair up 2 by 2 for another restart. Not sure who that is on the bottom, but I think they just exited a closed pit.
Yeah, that would be Thomas Filano, so he's going to have to drop to the back of the field in that 35. Looks like Reese's machine this week. Or I guess Reese's, actually. It's not Reese's. Can't be Reese's Puffs. Gotta be Reese's Puffs.
Oh, man, there goes the pace car. Pace car almost loses it coming off the banking. I don't know if you caught that or not, but that would have been pretty funny to watch. Side by side, Hoggan and Justice. Take us to the green, buddy.
Yeah, and they're rolling through the restart zone. Hoggan gets on the gas pedal. That means the rest of the field's getting on the gas pedal, and we're rolling towards 1 and 2. Clear as that 20 car into 1 and 2. Justice going to settle in behind, and we're going to have some mayhem just behind him and those leaders.
They are. Yeah, I don't think Thomas Wolf likes what he sees right there. Cars in front of him 2 by 2. And there's another caution that just came out. Troubles towards the back.
Looks like Tyler Bellinger might have been the incidents. We'll have to see. Looks like out of turn 2, Jay Salmon catches the outside wall.
Bounces down into the 88, and then the 88 gets
just nowhere to go
land.
there.
Well, we talked about how you don't want to be side by side going through the corners, and this is why. Car bounces off, hits the 88. The 88 is just an innocent victim in this whole thing.
Everybody else able to avoid those 2 cars in the outside wall, but that does bring out our 3rd caution of the night. So now just about under a third of the way to go here in stage 1. I think this is really the point where drivers are looking to start setting themselves up for these stage points here at the end of stage 1. Just because it has been long enough now to kind of get to that point. And I don't know really who thinks they have it. I would think anybody obviously in the top 10 at the moment thinks they have it for sure. But maybe guys outside of the top 10 like Nathan Fuller, Corey Mott, Zach Johnson, or maybe even Caleb Tipton or Cody Porter, who's currently finding himself outside the top 10 and actually in 18th right now. We saw him starting up second, so you know he has the speed, but who else has the speed outside the top 10 right now to set themselves up for those stage points is the real question.
I think the cream of the crop, especially with all the green flags that we have, I think they've already risen. So if you're not in the top 10, it's going to be very difficult to break into it because it's a tough top 10 that we have. Even if you look back to the 15th spot, a lot of those drivers are been fast. So again, with how difficult this track is and how difficult it is to move up, if you're not already there, man, good luck to you.
Should be choosing this time around. It looks like Hoggan gonna go down low. Justice to the outside. And the rest of the field will follow.
Getting ready to go green one more time.
Quick couple of cautions after a couple of green flag runs here to start this race. Boyd Hoggan, Tyler Justice still holding on to that front row. Quill has started to work his way back up, and he's up to 4th now on this restart. We'll see if he can get around Pataska here on the outside, which seems to kind of have that advantage going into 1 and 2. That's where you want to be.
Everybody just anticipating this start. I think that's what causes half the accidents here at Darlington on the restart is just people getting too anxious. As you see the pace car pull down off the track, 2x2 formation as they come off of turn 4, getting ready to go green. There's the flag, and
It's waving.
there it is. He's on out. Hoggan gets another jump, pulls up top in front of Justice, and he's going to head him off into the corner right there.
Justice and Hoggan, both factory teammates. A little bit of contact between Pataska and Quill as they're going through 1 and 2. That's going to allow Quill to pull through clear. And now here comes Johnny Avila past Pataska's. Now Pataska is starting to fall back positions. He had a left lift out of it, and that is starting to affect him big time here on this restart.
Yeah, I thought those guys were going to wreck, and we got another caution.
One car round in the back. I don't know who that was. It could have been Nick Basden, it looks like. That was the first car that popped up as an incident, so we'll see what happened here. Looks like contact with Zach Johnson, and then more contact with Zach Johnson. And no real crash, but caution does come out.
Well, honk my hooter. That was pretty close. That could have been bad for a bunch of cars towards the back there, but they were able to get around it. Everything's good. Another little quick caution. We'll get it sorted out. Try it one more time. Oh, just carries so much speed into the corner.
And Cody Porter just kind of had nowhere really to check up to. He was just already there on the bumper of that. And kind of just continued that spin with that 51 car. That's our 4th caution now, I should say, actually. We had 3 before.
We were doing so well.
I think these jitters are starting to get to him. I think once you get 1 caution, it kind of just gets you on edge a little bit more.
Well, I think now we're going to see a nice green flag run to finish the stage.
Leader currently Boyd Hoggan. Tyler Justice still in second. Jacob Quill did get around that 17, as we said. And he'll find himself third. Johnny Avila moves up to fourth. Now Dallas Pataska falls back to fifth. Got some guys on pit road. See Garth Griswold, Noah Hamilton, Zach Johnson, a couple of these guys that were involved in that last incident, or last few incidents. Bellinger, Tommy Carroll. Also Noah Spalding here. All coming off pit road.
Was trying to move his way up.
He is trapped a lap down right now, currently behind Tommy Carroll, trying to battle him for that lucky dog once the next caution does come out. So race is not done yet for that 24 car or the 56 car. I believe both of them should be getting their laps back most likely here at some point in the race.
Well, they're right there going. They'll both be on the lead lap in no time. Getting ready to go 2x2 one more time.
Hoggan decides to go to the outside this time. Justice on the inside. Once again, those two are teammates, so they could be working out maybe a little bit of a strategy on these restarts. Maybe just let Boyd go and kind of let the 95 fill in and let them get going instead of battling in front of the field and having a chance at losing the lead.
It's nice to have a teammate that you're starting next to.
For sure. Barney has that flag in his hand again, and it's waving. Hoggan on that gas pedal, 95 on the gas pedal, and yeah, you see it again. I think that is what the plan is for those two factory cars. Quill fighting back on the inside for third there.
Everybody's looking good so far. A couple of cars hitting that outside wall again, but I think we're going to stay green.
Thomas Wolf, Dallas Pataska battling side by side through 3 and 4 here.
Yeah, it's awfully close racing, boys. Yeah, they're going to survive it, and we're getting ready. We're going to be lap 70. So 20 laps to go in this stage.
Guys still trying to sort it out here. Pataska and Wolf have been side by side for a whole lap now. Still haven't figured it out. Pataska finally going to give it to Wolf. As Mankey and Jensen still side by side as well, and the 9 and the 16, or the 19 and the 6. Almost said the opposite of those numbers.
But this track is definitely one of the more technical tracks that we ride on, and I know some of the rookies that we've had were struggling with it. None of the rookies that are out front, but some of the other ones that we had. So. Not an easy track, and when you have this many cars out there at this speed that they're traveling at, you're going to have some incidences. We've seen a few already. Hopefully we don't see another one right there, 3 wide. Why we're going 3 wide at Darlington, I just don't know, but they're able to figure out, so everybody's staying green. That could have been ugly.
Looks like Stephen Mankey was having some problems. He was off pace there, entered turn 2. Pretty slow, or exited turn 2 pretty slow, and then entered turn 4 really slow.
There's the yellow flag.
No incidents once again, so I don't know if that was something in the back. I did see the 14 kind of sliding out of turn 2 there. Might have been for that. It looks like he's trying to make a pass on Vince Mitchell. And Vince just kind of comes up in the middle of the corner and clips him. There were a couple of couple of cars in the wall as well off of turn 2 there. That brought up some smoke, but I don't believe that would have been the cause of the caution. I believe it would have been that 14 incident right there. So under caution for the 5th time here tonight. 70 laps through this race. Right now, Boyd Hoggan holds the lead over Jacob Quill, who got around Justice before that yellow flag came out.
And that 63 car there in 4th position, he has a rocket ship. And so doesn't the 22 of Vasquez. He's up in the 5th spot right now. My brother behind the mic, Chachi Wolf, he's in 6th spot right now, followed by the 17 of Pataska, Jensen, Fuller, and Real. Now, Real in that 11 car, I haven't talked about him much, but when we do talk about him, we always discuss how he's moving forward, and now he's in the 10th spot.
Been kind of hanging around the outside of the top 10 all race. And finally has broken into the top 10 once again. I think he was up in the top 10 just a little bit earlier as well. But kind of got shuffled as pit stops were going on. And now finds himself back into that top 10, filling in for Nishil Condor in that number 11 and trying to find a good finish for that number 11 team.
Well, while we're still on caution, I'm going to go take a quick break and fill up my water bottle, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, I think that will call for a little bit of a word from our sponsors real quickly as well. Back at the track here in Darlington. Looks like Johnny Avila was given an EOL penalty. It looks like a late choose cone, and he'll find himself going to the back of the field. A little bit of shakeup here to conclude stage 1. So we have just about 15 laps to go. It's going to be 15 when they hit the line. Justice Hoggan once again on that front row, and we're rolling once again here in stage 1. Hoggan been doing a good job out front. He's led pretty much every single lap here tonight. Especially the ones under green, he's led every single lap. So that 20 card looking very good. Looks like the
Constant perfectionist.
Could be the 2004 Tony Stewart paint scheme, I believe, is what that looks like.
You know, these guys are constantly working on a setup in that Reaper lab. So it's no surprise to see him out front. And last week we saw him out front. Every race he's led, it's either been him or Pataska. But Pataska seems to be even struggling a little bit in this race, considering he's all the way back to 5th. And yeah, I know, 5th spot. Who'd complain about that? But Pataska has been brilliant on so many races this year.
Guys, still trying to figure it out off of the restart. You got Nathan Fuller on the inside of Stephen Mankey right now. Mankey's going to be in the wall, and that's going to allow Fuller to get clear for a second. Is Mankey going to do anything about it?
Don't know if maybe they kind of gave him a little help to get up into that wall or not, but looked like Mankey sailed that 6th car way off into the corner there, and he's going to get a huge run coming off the corner.
Yeah, tries to set up for a better exit and kind of got it there. Doesn't really have anywhere to go with it, however, as that 7 car still clear in front of that 6.
I think both of those cars are handling very well, and they're very evenly matched, so it's going to be difficult. And I think that's what the problem is to a lot of the racers out there, is everybody's car is so evenly matched. As you see the 10 car get below that apron, and that's not where you want to be. And he falls in behind Stewart in that 29.
Stuart Harding Walker running some old Jeff Burton colors on that 29 this week. Followed closely behind by a new team, Gateway Racing, Henry Kaloff in that car this week, that number 10. It's a satellite team of Hollywood Motorsports owned by Garth Griswold. So they're looking to get their feet on the ground and rolling as soon as possible. And Henry Kaloff in the car this week. Running top 15 right now. It seems to be a good start so far. See if he can keep it going.
Guys banging away with each other here. And you're starting to see Justice reel in Hoggan a little bit up towards the front.
You see a
See
big
them
line of
side by
cars back
side.
here.
Ooh.
This is all the way from Cody Leach on 20th all the way back to Zach Johnson in 28th.
Man, not where I want to be. Not where I want to be.
You see how urgent these guys are racing each other right now, knowing that Boyd Hoggan is ever so slightly getting closer and closer. But the thing that could be saving him here, 8 laps to go here in stage 1 whenever they get back to the line. So not a lot of time.
I don't think Hogan's going to really push it too hard being this close towards the end of the stage as well.
Yeah, they still got about a 20-second buffer on Hoggan, so I think they're okay for the rest of this stage, but it is going to start creeping in their mind. It is going to start creeping in their mind once they get back to these long runs. What can I do to set up my car for the long run? That is the question most of these guys are asking themselves.
Whenever you hear your spotter say leaders are coming, it always makes you a little nervous.
One car falling to the back. Oh, this is Cody Porter on the bottom. Looks like Nathan Fuller also in the wall big time, and he's slow on the front straightaway.
He's definitely having an issue.
He's really slow on the front straightaway through 1 and 2.
And there's a caution.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. There was no reports for any crashes or anything. We're going to have to see what happened. Looks like contact with Cody Porter in 3 and 4. I think that one might be on Fuller. He kind of came down just a little bit as Porter started to get to the inside of him. And I don't know if his car just slowed down or he lost power or what, but he was just really slow through 1 and 2 there. So caution does come out once again. I don't think that will be the end of stage 1 either. I think we'll have a 1-lap dash. So get your popcorn ready.
It's already getting good. Huh. I'm trying to figure out I don't know why he would have come down the track like that. I'm wondering if maybe he started to lose it.
Could be that, or maybe just trying to get himself set up for the exit of the corner, maybe thinking that he was clear. It's tough to say.
Yeah, it could. I mean, Porter was also gaining on him so fast as well, so I think it was just one of those things where 2 guys just came together at the same spot.
Yeah, that could be that as well. One of those racing incidents where just going for that same spot.
Yeah, I just watched it again. It just looks like the right didn't know what the left was doing, and they just kind of met at the same intersection.
Spalding getting a lap back and should put him back onto the lead lap here. At the end
It looks
of
like he
stage
still
1.
has damage. Does he still have damage to the right front?
He still does
Keep
have
coming,
just a little bit of damage, but
yeah,
it doesn't look too bad, and probably just nursing that 24 right now. And we'll get another caution here before the end of stage 1, so have more time to fix that 24 up, but he'll also be on the lead lap as well.
I know after last night's race control was busy. They definitely earned their pay grade last night. So a lot of penalties handed down, some suspensions after last night's race. Some guys, the tempers were flaring a little bit, and saw some emotion out of a couple of drivers that we weren't expecting to see it from. And I'll be honest with you, I kind of enjoyed it.
Chaos, as this league has been all season.
Well, it's not just our series. I have been watching a lot of other series to see how their races have going, and it's been the exact same situation. My buddy Wes was doing a broadcast the other night, and man, he was pulling his hair out because he got so sick and tired of all the cautions. So it's not just our league. And all the problems that we're having are the same problems everybody else is having. Pace car comes on down
And we're going to
as they
have a
come.
3-lap dash here. Not a 1-lap dash, it's actually 3.
Yeah. And this time, Hoggan does not get away. And Pataska is pushing that 95 car, and the 20 just barely clears.
17 made a late clear on the 5 of Jacob Quill. I'm sure he's not too happy about that. Down the back straightaway on the exit of 2. The 20-95-17 clear. Jacob Quill trying to hunt back down that 17 for 3rd.
Well, Quill will be able to catch him. He's going to be able to catch a bit of a draft going down the straightaways. But like you said, he's not too happy, but he just needs to just kind of settle down. Plenty of time.
See a battle between the 2 Codys right now. Cody Porter, Cody Leach. Porter to the inside of Leach. And going to get clear of him out of 2. Garth Griswold now trying to follow Kenny Reel through on the move on the inside of Stuart Harding Walker here in 3 and 4.
I don't think we're done crashing yet because there's a couple of guys really trying hard in the back.
Final lap of stage 1 here. Kenny Reel still trying to hold on to this last spot.
Oh, smoke.
It's going to be a battle for that final spot here. Hoggan has pulled away. Jacob Quill now making a move to the inside of Tyler Justice for 2nd here in stage 1. Side by side out of turn 4. Boyd Hoggan going to win stage 1. Justice going to get 2nd. Battle to the line for 10th is going to be held off by Kenny Reel. Garth Griswold in 11th. Cody Porter 12th. Just missing out on stage points.
And look at my man, Cody Leach. Cody Leach has moved up a bunch of spots. He's in the 13th spot right now.
Another one of those guys just missing out on stage points. Alan Phillips, Henry Kaloff round out that top 15.
Yeah. Cody Leach, he started way in the back. How many spots has he moved up?
He says he's only moved up 8, so I think he started 21st.
I thought he was further back than that.
Right now, it's saying our biggest mover is Stuart Harding Walker in the 29, up 26 spots. So having himself a good night so far.
I don't think that's the first time we've said that about him this year.
We'll see if he can continue it. I don't think that's the first time we said that either.
Yeah. Well, he always seems to get pinched in somebody else's problems. And once again, pit road is going to be very busy, as you see just about everybody this time. I don't know if we're going to have anybody staying out.
Yeah, I believe everybody going to be coming down pit road here. We're going to go ahead and talk to Boyd Hoggan, our stage 1 winner here in just a moment once he gets off of pit road. And see how that 20 car is feeling. How the driver of that 20 car is feeling. I mean, we could ask the car, but I don't think we'd get a response.
Well, you never know. If it's a Tesla, you would.
Those things are pretty smart.
And they're pretty fast, I have to admit. I actually get to drive Teslas quite a bit at my job, so they're pretty quick.
Looks like one car did stay out on track, Nick Basden.
I think Nick came down on one of the last cautions too, so I think he's already good to go.
Yeah, he came down that last caution, lap 85, so still does have fresh tires. We'll see what he could do out front now. But let's go ahead and drag up the 20 Boyd Hoggan and see what he has to say after winning stage 1 here. Hey there, Boyd. It's the boys up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you. Sorry, I was talking to.
It's good. It's good. Welcome them up to the booth for another week of interviews after a stage victory. How's the 20 car feeling out there? We've seen you kind of lead all these green flag laps.
We're a little edgy, but it's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's gonna be, I don't know, there's 3 or 4 of us that, if you get the track position, that's kind of who it's gonna come down to. But I think right now, clean air, best friend, And yeah, car's pretty good. No complaints here.
Give it over to
All
Bill
right,
real
Boyd,
quick.
Boyd, are we going to see you in Victory Lane tonight?
Victory Lane or the booth? I mean, we got a couple other ones that got some speed, but yeah, just gotta try to keep it clean, and we'll see.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you. Going green one more time.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you,
Don't be William Byron.
Oh no, that's the last thing I want to be. Dealt with him one too many times. We're good.
Boyd Hoggan, current race leader, actually second place right now because Big Nick Basden did decide to stay out there. So we'll see what that 51 can do.
Boyd's always a character.
Green flag back out, and we're rolling for stage 2. Gonna be about 90 laps because of the caution laps there. And that 51 is pulling away. Tyler Justice gonna get clear for second. Hoggan gonna fall back to third now.
Yeah, but once this gets sorted out, it's gonna pan out. I want to see what's gonna happen with Basden in the front. Right now, he's kind of checking out a little bit. He's liking that nice, cool air, getting through that car, and he's handling the pressure of seeing these guys behind him.
Oh, he's in the wall now.
But as you said earlier, it almost helped him get down to that bottom lane.
And he's still holding on to the lead, clear of Hoggan. Hoggan did send it back onto the inside of Tyler Justice to get back to second.
And now
Gonna be looking to the inside on the exit of
turn
turn 4.
Hoggan just got such a huge run coming out of that corner, and he's gonna take Justice with him on the inside of Basden, and Basden is gonna drop like a rock.
4 cars make a move around Nick Basden, and one corner he goes first to 5th.
But smart move by him by just kind of letting him go. We got caution out one more time. We see one car there spun around.
It's going to be Alan Phillips on the 42. Caution out here on lap 98. See what happened here. The outside of him is Jay Salmon into the wall again.
Yeah.
And then inside of him was Cody Porter. They were almost 3 wide there on the exit, and 42 really had nowhere to go. Porter had nowhere to go.
Porter, after being towards the front of the field, now he can't seem to stay out of trouble. Every time we turn around, he's getting caught up in somebody else's mess.
See it one
and
more
just
time
like
there.
we talked about earlier, cars coming off the corner, hitting that outside wall, and coming down, and the cars on the inside.
Phillips going to have a lot of damage on that 42 car. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue with the damage that he has on that car. It is.
He's looking like he's crabbing there, yeah.
So our 8th caution of the night so far, lap 99. How many cautions will we see in stage 2? That's the question. I think that really sets up what will happen in stage 3. If we get a lot, I think stage 3 is going to be really clean. If we get none, I think stage 3 might start to break out as well. Jonathan Lager getting a lap back.
Here goes the Paint King.
Got steam on the car this week.
He is just very talented when it comes to doing different wraps for these cars. He can bang out. He did one for me one time. I swear I told him what I wanted, what I was hoping to see, and like a half an hour later, I got a ding in my inbox. I couldn't believe it. Some of you guys are just so talented when it comes to doing paint schemes and the other computer stuff that you do.
Should be choose
right
cone this
now-
time. Actually, maybe not.
Nope. One more time around will be the choose cone.
Oh, actually, the lights are off, so it looks like Boyd just was a
Huh.
little inconspicuous about it. He was pointed down, so think they will
Well,
give it to him.
we have seen more than one occasion the leader getting penalized for that this year. So
That is true. If he is penalized for it, Dallas Pataska would take the lead. But it doesn't seem like there is any call for action to that 20 car. The lights are still off.
no, he obviously made the. I think the angle that we saw was kind of misleading what we actually thought we saw. I mean, he probably was obviously making his choice. It just from the angle that we had, we couldn't see it. And just like a car show, the Ford Mustang pace car comes off the track out of control into the pit area.
iRacing always
Getting-
blessing us with animations.
Getting ready, and there it is again. Hoggan out front gets a good jump this time on Justice. They're going to fall in line just like we've seen all night long. And oh man, I tell you what, that car got right up. I think that was Quill, got right up behind Justice. I thought they were going to hit for a second.
Quill using that
And
outside to
oh!
his advantage, gets clear of Pataska. More cars sliding around in the back. I think that was Cody Leach. It is. Trying to hold on to that 23.
Sorry, a couple of cars there make contact and hit that wall. A lot of guys really struggle coming off the corners, not hitting the wall. It's not as easy. It's easier said than done here at Bristol. I mean, at Darlington.
These two side by side have been around each other all night. Stephen Mankey now making it 3 wide on the exit of turn 2, trying to make some fireworks happen here in Darlington. Doesn't hold on to that spot going into 3 and 4, but that's stacking up the field just behind them. You see a lot of cars side by side now on the exit of turn 4. Oh, and contact between the 23 and the 6, and this is going to be a big wreck.
Vasquez was involved.
Cameron Albertson, Cody Leach, Nick Vasquez, Cody Porter, a bunch of other cars. Johnny Avila involved in this one. And that's how it happens here in Darlington, just like that.
Wow, that just took out some heavy hitters.
Looking back here, as they're going to 1 and 2, Cody Leach just kind of came down the track. I don't know what that was, really. I don't know if they got netcode contact or something, but Mankey kind of makes it through that pretty cleanly. The rest of the field, however, different story. See on board here with Cameron Albertson. Just nowhere to go for these guys.
Man. I think Vasquez is going to be okay. It didn't seem like he had made too hard of contact with that other car.
See on board here Vasquez.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be all right.
Should be okay. Just really nowhere to go for that 22 car. You see Johnny Avila, big damage on that 63. That puts a lot of guys down to pit road. Porter being one of them, Basden, Leach, Hamilton, Albertson, Reel, Noah Hunt, Noah Spalding, Tyler Bellinger, Jonathan Lager, Tommy Carroll, Caleb Tipton, Avila, and then Phillips is on pit road from that last incident as well.
Well, let's ask the people in the chat room right now. Who do you think is going to win the next stage?
I think that's a good question, honestly. I
want them to think about it.
I feel like
because
that
we've seen
95
a lot
has a
of
shot.
We've seen some cars, some heavy hitters get taken out of this race. Now, it's allowed a few others to come forward, so I'm interested to hear what they have to say. And to be honest with you, I don't even have the chat room up, so they could be making fun of my accent again, and I wouldn't even know it. Well, I see some love for Vasquez. Or is this all old stuff that I'm looking at?
Some of it's a little bit older. I'm going to be throwing up a prediction right now, though, for winning of Stage 2. We'll have our top 3 plus other. So if anybody outside of these top 3 drivers is our Stage 2 victor, then I would choose other. That's what you think will happen. Getting ready to go racing once again here already, side by side. Once again, Justice Hoggan back on that front row. That's what we've been accustomed to so far tonight. It will stay that way once again. Green flag back out here on lap 107.
Hoggan gets another great jump, and the battle is really for second between Justice and Quill, and they're going to go door to door into the corner, and it's going to be Quill on the outside. He's going to have a ton of momentum coming off that corner, and he's going to nicely slide into second spot.
Quill up to second in that number 5 new ride for him, full-time driver. Moving up to the Cup Series now, as he's worked his way very quickly through the ranks. The Truck Series up to Xfinity, or the Dash Series as we call it, now up to Cup. 8 weeks in.
It's amazing where they're finding these talented drivers. It really does amaze me where they're coming from.
Oh, one car on the
we've
wall.
had a lot of... Yeah, we had another close call right there. Who was that?
Jay Salmon once again touching the wall, or Salmon touching the wall once again. And that's 16. He's been in it a couple times tonight. And loose off of turn 4, and he's going to get contacted and turned.
Hang on.
Oh,
no. That was...
Jonathan Lager out of control.
Harding just came in and got... I think Walker was trying to slow down, got hit from behind, and was just sent like a missile into that car. It's a good thing this is iRacing.
See the 16 getting loose off of turn 4. 30 of Hoffner just slightly taps him. Gets sent down into that inside wall. Lager was out of control already, and Albertson had a little bit of contact as well. iRacing does not want to give me the best camera angles tonight for some reason. Trying to get a better view of it. This should be a little bit better of a view.
Yeah, there it is right there. And watch the 29 car. Oof. Gets pushed by the 14 car right into him, and he just immediately goes to the pits. His night could be done.
Gonna watch the onboard here of Albertson. Second time we've watched a wreck.
Yeah, now you see him slowing down. Oh,
Looks like the 28
the
lost
28
control
car
in front of
Ledger.
him.
I thought it was Walker, but it was Ledger that was actually skidding there. Okay. All right, that makes more sense. Hey, I'm old. My sight's not as good as it used to be.
Just locked up his tires, and it sent him around in front of that 14, and 14 really had nowhere to go after that. So now Jacob Quill finds himself in between the 2 factory cars in a factory sandwich, as we say usually.
Yeah.
We say that every now and then, and it's one of those times once again.
And nothing brings attention to a driver than being the meat in between 2 like factory sandwiches. You know what I mean? You have these 2 guys with, great sponsorship from, Reaper Labs and stuff. And all of a sudden you have this guy in the middle, and everybody's sitting there looking at him saying, wow, where'd he come from? Get you more attention, get you better rides. Just keep working up that corporate ladder, my friend.
And he's made it.
Quill definitely has a future.
Full-time driver in that 5 car now, so see what he can do. As a team owner, I'm interested to see what he can do. Had some promise at Phoenix.
If I'm a team owner, I'm screaming that I wish I found this kid.
Gonna
Lights are off on the pace car, 2x2 one more time.
Quill
Get
elected
ready to
to
watch
go
that.
behind Hoggan, so see what he could do from that inside once again. Can he get around that 95 like he did on that last restart? We'll see.
Now, how important is it to have, I mean, which is that we keep seeing Hogan take the bottom line and he always gets a great jump, but I would think the outside line would be a little bit better of an entrance into the corner if you're the leader and get a jump on the restart. What do you think?
I don't know, honestly. I think you can kind of have an advantage on both, especially if you have a teammate on the front row with you. So I think it's kind of been, at least up to this point, it's really been teammate advantage. But once you get somebody else that's not your teammate on the front row with you, I think you want to go to the outside, to be honest, with the way that the momentum carries out of 1 and 2.
One thing we haven't done tonight is a crank it up. I'm not sure if it's working, but this wouldn't be a bad time to try it if we got it.
You think so? I think so as well. Let's go ahead and give it a nice little crown jewel, crank it up. Welcome back to the booth here for the Goodyear 400 at Darlington Raceway. Boyd Hoggan still out front. Tyler Justice and Dallas Pataska following close behind. Thomas Wolf has settled into 4th now with Jacob Quill in 5th.
You know, there's very few tracks that sound like Darlington when you do that crank it up. And it, I think it's because all the cars are so close to that outside rim. It's just something special about a crank it up at Darlington. Thank you, Major's Garage, for sponsoring that crank it up, as well as sponsoring our top tier series. So Major's Garage, obviously one of the major suppliers of setups for this race, as well as many others. And if you would like, or you are interested, look up majorsgarage.com.
Stephen Mankey looking for a move here on Corey Mott in that 54 car. This is a battle for 8th right now. They're just behind Stuart Harding Walker, who has worked his way up to 7th now, who is our biggest mover of the race at the moment, up 28 spots in that 29 car, having himself a very good night. A couple cars battling for position behind him. You see Zach Johnson, Stephen Carlisle, and Cody Porter.
Hanky the cattle farmer. I believe, right? Isn't it Mankey who is the actual cattle farmer?
Yeah, he's from Farmers Branch or Amarillo,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
pretty
he's a
close to each
cattle
other.
farmer. At least he has good taste in hats.
Talked to him a couple
Yeah,
of times last week. Yeah.
Mankey, I want to let you know I went horseback riding yesterday and did some practice for team penning. And guess what? I can still walk today. I'm not sore. I don't cheat by using those four-wheelers with the motors that can go real fast. We do it the old school way.
Cody Porter working his way around that 6 car. Finally back up into that top 10. Trying to get back up into that top 5 where he started this race.
And just to let you know, in August, I will be in a team penning competition, which will be televised, well, which will be broadcasted on YouTube. So I'll let you know. You can watch how I ride a horse.
Porter now looking to the inside of Corey Mott. That 04 has got something working for him right now. And up into 8th.
Hoggan trying to pull away from Pataska, but Pataska is just keeping a nice, gentle distance in between, not letting him get away, but not really burning up his stuff.
Yeah, Pataska
We
has
know-
worked into that factory sandwich now. We saw Quill in that sandwich a little bit earlier. Now the 17 is in that sandwich.
You know, Pataska's kind of quiet, not quietly, but he's moved his way up. He was riding like 6 for a little while, just kind of hanging out, keeping his distance, not pushing it, just kind of riding it to the end. And it was only a matter of time before Hoggan and Pataska got together and Justice behind him. Those 3 guys are very fast. We've seen them win the past few races. And I know that car in 4th place of Wolf, he's hungry, no pun intended. He would love to come back to victory lane.
He's got a new driver, new face in the field, full-time driver, Jacob Quill, on his rear bumper right now. Quill using that outside wall to get a little bit of a better exit, and it's pulled him up even closer here as they go down the back straightaway. This battle for 4th right now. One of the closer battles on the track. Harding Walker just got back around Mankey, it seems. I should say Porter actually got around Harding Walker, sorry.
Woo!
Garth Griswold, Stephen Carlisle, and Vince Mitchell in this 3-car battle right now. This is for 13th out on track. Ben Lawson just behind it. He had a few problems a little bit earlier in the race. That 3-car looking not too bad right now and running in 16th, just outside of the top 15. Might get a pass here on Vince Mitchell after a tight exit by that 18 car. He's got a shot here, but he's going to back out of that corner.
We saw him get into a few incidents tonight, not of his making. If you remember early in this race, we saw him get caught in the door and sent way down to the inside wall and was able to recover from that. So glad to see the 3 back up and running again.
Yeah, that 3-car has been through some roughness tonight. Trying to find a diamond out of it. Lead battle is changing. Dallas Pataska now going to move that 17 up to 1st. I don't know if Boyd Hoggan made a mistake there and allowed the 17 to get around, but you saw there, Hoggan did dive down low to let the 17 by. So Dallas Pataska's got something in that 17 right now, and he's out front.
Makes you wonder if Hogan's starting to save a little bit for his car, maybe burnt up his stuff a little bit. Who knows? Pataska's, like I said, he was slowly working his way forward, not really pushing his car, just kind of letting it happen naturally. And now you see him, he's one of the fastest cars on the track.
Are we going to be seeing any green flag pit stops coming up soon? I honestly don't know. Last time around the track, though, 30.02 for Pataska, 30.08 for Hoggan. in their league of their own right now on the rest of the field. Everybody else is in the 1s, 2s, or higher. Jensen actually did put down a 30.06, so he is matching their pace at least, but he's back in 6th right now. And nowhere near that battle.
Look who snuck his way up into the top 10 right now. Corey Mott. The mighty mustache himself has entered the top 10.
Sneaky good night right now for Corey Mott, hometown driver.
Oh!
Quill catching the outside wall there on the exit of 2. That is not where you want to catch the wall.
Yeah. Looked like he caught it pretty solid in the door, though, so he should be okay. He seems to be fine.
Yeah, if you hit it straight on, it usually isn't too bad. If you hit it with your front end or rear end, however, that's where it gets to the trouble range.
He doesn't look like he won't even admit that he hit the wall that lap, because look at him. He's just coming out, like, just keeps driving like nothing ever happened.
Wasn't even phased.
Drive it like you stole it.
I mean, that's kind of the mentality you got to have here at Darlington. If you hit the wall, you can't be phased by it. You just got to get it off the wall as soon as possible and keep it driving. It's really a race against yourself here and a race against the track. It's not really a race against anybody else. Yeah, you might be able to make some passes on other guys and race those other guys, but you're really racing yourself on the track.
Look at this battle here with these 3 cars. Let's go on board with the 18 right now. Let's get a good view of what's happening.
On board here with Vince Mitchell in the 18. That was Stephen Mankey for a second. I don't know why his picture was showing up. Sometimes it takes a second. Just behind
Vince
Carlisle
Mitchell
and Garth Griswold right now for 13th and 14th.
Elkhart Lake, Indiana. His car seems to be a little bit loose there on center.
Just a little bit loose, touching that outside wall there on the exit of 2. You see there, though, shifting going on in both of these corners onto the straightaways. You see them getting up to 5th, and then into these corners going down to 4th. That's just for a little bit more stability and a little more RPMs as well, to have a little bit just more speed. I think if you decide to stay in 5th, you could possibly also save a little bit more tire, but I don't know if that's really what you want to do here, because these guys are really pushing it right now, with speed at least.
Well,
and you don't want to fall too far back.
If you stay in 5th gear, you just carry a lot more momentum.
That too.
And it's harder to get the car slowed down, where when you downshift, the downshift is like a natural brake and kind of helps you turn into the corner. So, you know, if you're in 5th gear, yeah, you're going to save, because, oh, you see the 3 car giving it a hi-ya right in the corner there, man. He went full send, hold my bear. That was a great slide job there. I love it. This is what I love about this place. You can see stuff like that. Get a slide job, the guy doesn't make it, hits the wall and just keeps going.
This battle for 3rd, or 4th, I should say, starting to pick back up as the field has started to catch lap traffic. One car sliding in the exit of turn 2 there. I don't know who that was. I think that could have been a lap car, to be honest. Looks like they kept it straight.
There's another car. Mikey again into the wall.
But Cody Leach going down another lap here after contact from that last, or one of those last few incidents. Just over halfway now in stage 2. When will these guys come down pit road? I don't know.
Well, don't forget we've had a few cautions, so they're going to be able to stretch it out just a little bit longer. But if you get caught running out of gas here and you're in the wrong position, you are in deep trouble.
To be honest, like I said earlier, I don't think it's going to be the gas that these guys are worrying about. I think it's their tires.
Tires.
Yeah. But I think the gas tanks are upwards of 70 laps here at Darlington. It is not a very, very big track. It's only 1.2 miles, I believe. So it's not as big as you kind of think it is. It's definitely bigger than you would think it is, but it's not as big as you think it is for sure compared to other NASCAR tracks.
Yeah. And I want everybody to remember that I'm from New England, and you don't know how difficult it is for me to put an R on tires.
Tires.
Tires. You do tires. That's
These
the
guys
right way
are
to
going to
say
be
it.
looking for some tires here pretty soon.
Got to put some gas in it.
I think when we go up to New Hampshire, I think that's what we're going to be saying all race. Looks like Corey Mott going to be one of the first guys to take some tires here down pit road. Is that 54 car?
Are you
Leaders
guys
will scoot on
tailgating
by.
up there? Or you guys tailgating, going for the whole weekend? What are you guys doing
What do you mean?
when you go to New Hampshire?
Oh, I was gonna say, talking about for the races. Whenever we whenever we head up to New Hampshire for Crown Jewel, we'll be saying tires.
Oh, okay. I thought like you were literally gonna go up there this year because
Oh,
you're
that
not
would be-
too far away.
That would be a fun race to go to for sure. I don't know. They had the partial rain race last year, the first official oval rain race. So
Yep.
could be another interesting race this year if it decides to rain again. Because I do want to see more of that package being used and see what it kind of looks like. Because it did look like it was really fun at New Hampshire.
I got to tell you a secret. I didn't watch one lap of it. I just didn't. I'm not a big NASCAR fan. I would much rather watch these guys zip around in circles. And right now, Pataska is out front being chased around by Hoggan, and we haven't said that much this year.
Just a little further back, Justice trying to hold off Thomas Wolfe and Oscar Jensen now, who's up to 5th. Jacob Quill is falling back to 6th in that 5 car.
Porter, who's had all kinds of trouble, he's back up in the 7th spot right now, and he's been involved in like 4 or 5 accidents tonight, none of which was his doing. But he has had some tough luck trying to get back up to the front of this thing.
He has, and luckily now finds himself back into that top 10, currently in 7th. He's got a lot of work to do to get back up to Quill and the rest of the top 6, but does have himself in a very comfortable spot right now, just under a second and a half ahead of Stephen Mankey. Actually,
Well,
sorry, I'm
we
looking at
don't-
the wrong interval. He's actually 4 seconds ahead of Stephen Mankey, I should say. He's got a really good gap right now.
And, you know, we're very close to seeing the top 5 being all rookies, if you think about it. So now you got Porter and Quill grilled to gas holes getting ready to battle for 6th spot. So that could move those guys up even closer. A lot of these teams, you know, they're talking to each other inside the chat rooms. They're, you know, helping each other out. Really, what can you do to your car when it's underway to help with pushing and being loose? Really, just brake bias. That's all you have at your controls, right?
I think it's brake bias, and there might be some spring adjustments in this car. I'm not 100% sure if there's spring adjustments in this car. I haven't honestly touched this car since the preseason because of the switch, so I kind of have forgot really what has been going on with these next gen cars. But there might be spring controls as well that you can kind of adjust in car, but yeah, not really a lot that you can adjust with these in general Cup cars, Xfinity cars, or trucks. Really is just that brake bias.
Certainly not like Indy cars where you have weight jackers, and now that you can adjust the wings from inside the cars. It's not racing anymore. It's like that's become more of a simulator than the actual simulator. And you see the 95 car letting just Wolf by.
Yeah, Wolf was putting a lot of pressure onto Justice a little bit earlier. He was kind of riding his bumper as they were getting around a lap car. And I think that let Justice know that Wolf wanted to get around. And Wolf up to 3rd now.
Smart move by Justice. Again, why battle? Just keep running consistent laps. Let him go by and get him later on. He's got plenty of time still. We're not even halfway through this race yet. Well, actually, we are now. We are literally just halfway through.
Just barely halfway through, as it's 293 here tonight. Zach Johnson going to come down pit road here in that 45 car. Running outside the top 10. Might try to shortcut it here in the end of stage 2 to get himself into a better spot here.
He has nothing to lose, that's for sure.
These guys are going to be held a lap down for a little bit of time, so hoping for no caution whenever they early pit like this. We saw
Yeah.
Corey Mott earlier on pit road. He is a lap down right now, but starting to work closer and closer back up to those leaders to get his lap back. Definitely does not want a caution.
No, that would be devastating. Although, yeah, I mean, that would be some serious bad luck.
Stephen Mankey down a pit road. He's actually going to go a little deep in his stall. And a little too
Oh.
far close to the wall now.
Oh man, what a disastrous pit stop for him.
That's going to make him lose a couple of spots on track. And pit road procedures, that is something that is huge, especially under green flag conditions like this. 58-second total time on pit road there for Mankey. That is not what you want to see.
No. It happens to I still am horrible at pit stops. To this day, and I've been iRacing for a couple of years now, and man, that's why I'm up here in the booth. It's a lot easier up here.
More guys coming down pit road. You see Garth Griswold on pit road. Henry Kaloff as well. Nick Vasquez as well, making his way off the pit road there. You see him creeping into the picture. So we got a couple of guys now from maybe a little bit closer to the top 10 starting to pit. Stuart Harding Walker coming down pit road. This might start dragging some leaders. You see they're still chugging along and putting more cars laps down. They get a caution right now. That will be huge for them. See Zach Johnson and Nick Vasquez both trying to get their lap back from Dallas Pataska right now. Gotta go, go, go.
Well,
2 Palmetto cars.
As fast as Pataska has been, look at the difference in the new tires.
Yeah, just straight around that 17 car. John Connor down pit road. He is already a couple of laps down, so that's from 25th. Trying to turn his night around.
Here comes Stuart Walker out on the racetrack one more time.
He's going to be very close to the leader as well, who is going to be, looks like, coming down pit road this time by. And that almost just caused a huge checkup. I don't know if he
Ooh.
called that out. That could have been big time there, but Pataska makes it down to pit road safely from the lead. So Boyd Hoggan back to the lead now. You see now Stuart Harding Walker and Stephen Mankey trying to get around Boyd Hoggan to get their lap back.
Now, there's one guy that's praying for a caution right now.
That is
It's
Boyd
that
Hoggan.
guy right there.
But he says no more. Comes down pit road. So Thomas Wolf
Hogan's had enough.
now takes the lead in that 94. Oscar Jensen, Tyler Justice. Whoa, what is going on back here? This is a battle for
But
second.
we might have a caution coming up right here. Hold your breath.
Battle for second. And the
Look
95
at the
back to the
difference
5.
with the new
all
tires.
battling. Lap cars
Wow.
trying to make their way around as well.
Did you see the 10 car with those brand new skids on it? Just go right around the corner.
Right past all these guys battling for second right now. Jensen will fall back to, well, actually moves back up to second. I was going to say fall back to third, but Thomas Wolf comes down pit road, so moves back up to second. And now Tyler Justice will hold on to the lead just for a little bit. As Quill trying to make a move on Jensen for second. That could help him out when he comes down pit road here. Put himself in front of somebody else. But Justice right now, 3-car battle for the lead as these guys have still yet to pit. Thomas Wolf still on pit road. See where he comes out in relation to Dallas Pataska and Cody and Boyd Hoggan. We're on track close to each other right now through 1 and 2. There's Wolf right there. But this should be the battle for the eventual lead right here between Pataska and Hoggan.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the timer and see how close everybody is. Oh, man.
Jensen down pit road. As well as Stephen Carlisle, who's actually going to go deep in his stall as well. And he's still deep. Got to back it up a little. Oh, maybe not.
Oh.
So Justice now getting hunted down by Jacob Quill for the lead. These two still yet to pit here in stage 2. I think they're going to have to. I don't think there's any way that they can stretch it on fuel.
No
Even
way.
if they were trying to. Tires definitely screaming at them right now. But they do have a lot of the field trapped a lap down. All the way back to 7th is a lap down right now.
Well, their cars are still handling pretty well, so the only problem what they're going to have is they're just so much slower than everybody else. But they're praying for a caution.
I think that is their strategy at the moment. And Justice holding on to the lead. He's led for a couple of laps now. Dallas Pataska still in front of Boyd Hoggan after that round of cycled pit stops. Thomas Wolfe just in front of Corey Mott. We saw Corey Mott pit early, and that's gained him huge track position. If it cycles out the way it's looking, he could be 5th right now. Oh, race leader Justice getting loose out of turn 4.
He does not want to be the cautioned. That's the race gods telling you to get your butt in the pits. And he's going to try it, and hopefully he's not going to get spun right here because the car's on the inside of him, and he's up scraping that wall again. Now he's trapped on the outside, and he can't get down for the pits even if he wanted to. And he almost, oh man, that's not where you want to be. He's trapped up there. I think he wanted to pit.
Creeping into the picture now, Jacob Quill looking for the lead to the inside, and here comes Dallas Pataska on those fresh tires. Quill into the wall, and he's slowed down just a bit. He might have to come in for those tires as well now, too, after that little bit of wall contact.
Yeah, that wasn't a little bit of wall contact. He hit that thing hard, and it slowed him way down.
And he does dive down to pit road here. So Justice, one of those few guys remaining on track. Cody Porter, Kenny Reel, Bellinger still on track as well. But Quill going to come down pit road in that number 5. And now with 3 guys left to pit, Dallas Pataska looking real good in that 17. Just in front of Boyd Hoggan still. It's not too big of a gap, but it's just enough, I would say, right now.
Yep.
And also, these lap traffic cars in front of them, they have fresh tires as well, so they're about just as fast as the 17 and 20 right now. Once the fall-off starts happening, it's going to be interesting.
These cars are not going to be as easy to pass as the ones that were still out there on old tires. As you see them right there, you almost just saw Hoggan make contact with that slower car, and he's up into the outside wall.
Ray Gill trying to recover from that. Garth Griswold is slow on track. I don't know what just happened to that 00. But he is slow in the middle of 1 and 2. There is a crash report for it, so let's see what happened here. Looks like just behind Henry Kalhoff, his driver, getting off of turn 4. I think he got a little bit of help. He did from... Is that Noah Hamilton or Nick Basden? That is Nick Basden in the 51. So second time that 00 has been around.
Ooh. Well, hello there. Gave him a little bit of the chowder coming out of the corner.
Tyler Justice still on track, as well as Cody Porter and Kenny Reel. I don't know. They might be trying to stretch it. We're coming to about 15 laps to go. 16 to be exact.
It's really too late for him to pit.
Yeah, it might be. they are under risk of losing a lot of time if they do come down pit road, so I think they might be trying to stretch it out.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, what do they have to lose? The other cars are not going to pass them and then go back around to pass them again to trap them. So even if they get passed by these faster cars, it still doesn't mean anything. So, yeah, go for it, man. This is a brilliant maneuver.
We'll see what it does for track position wise. I believe everybody should be coming down pit road at the
Oh,
into
no,
stage
here
2,
we
and actually
come.
Justice not gonna go stretch this strategy, and he'll come down pit road. That'll give the lead to Cody Porter here, who is in a jumble of fresh tires. So Porter, the last car to not pit, and he was last on pit road, lap 104. I think he might try to stretch it. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know, because I'm looking at Pataska's time, and Pataska's closing pretty fast. I don't know if he's gonna be able to make it.
I feel like if he pits now, he's lost too much time to really gain any of that track position back that he's been fighting for all race.
Yeah, Pataska gained 3 seconds that lap.
Yeah, and he's still flying around this track right now. The last time by, 31.65 for Porter, 29.54 for Pataska.
Yeah, well, Porter has to go with it. He has no choice now. It's way too late to pit.
12
So he's
laps to
gonna go. Either way, he's still gonna finish, you know, in the top 3 for the stage point. So just keeps hanging on.
I would say he for sure will hold on to a top 10 spot. Where he falls to, I don't know. 12 laps to go here in stage 2. Oh, caution is going to come out, and that's going to help him.
Oh, my.
Jacob Quill was that final car to get a lap back. Noah Hamilton going to be the next one on the lucky dog list, and we're only going to have 11 cars here on the lead lap.
Wow. Well, these guys have to pit.
Strategy works for Cody Porter. He's definitely going to have to pit here, I think. The other guys, I don't know what they're going to do because there is only 10 cars at the moment on the lead lap. Noah Hamilton's not going to have any shot at getting a stage point because he's going to be behind everybody else because of a EOL due to being the lucky dog. So it's just going to be 10 guys on the track battling for their own points. Nobody else can take them.
Well, the thing is Hoggan, well, Pataska and Hoggan, they have fresh tires. Wolf is already pitted.
We'll also see how many guys are able to get the wave around here as well. I'm not sure who will get that, but it looks like Pataska, Hoggan come down pit road. Wolf as well. Kenny Reel, Corey Mott, and Nick Vasquez all down pit road with Zach Johnson following. Mankey, and it looks like Jacob Quill gonna stay out. One of those guys that pitted just a little bit later, only about 10 laps on his tires. Gonna stay out here and see what he can do. But everybody else in that top 10 down pit road, and Noah Hamilton gonna get that wave around. That'll put 11 cars on the lead lap. And then we'll see how many other cars get the wave around here before the end of stage 2 happens.
Yeah, wow. Can you imagine that? 11 cars on the lead lap.
And remember our prediction, that final driver in that list of drivers that we had was Jacob Quill. Could he get it done?
I believe he can. We've seen him win in just about every other series.
Cody Porter also did stay out. Or actually, he did pit, so... Or, sorry. He stayed out and then pitted as the caution came out, so he'll hold on to second over Hoggan, who got around Dallas Pataska on pit road.
You saw Hoggan just come up and give Porter in the 04 car a little kiss. Give him a little chowder.
And you see in front of Quill, all these cars going to get the wave around, so that's a good amount. Looks like a bunch of them getting their laps back. So it won't be fully 10 cars on the lead lap, but it is going to be 10 cars battling for this stage, as most of these guys are going to be held up in a single file line. So lights will come back on. The pace cars, they're going to allow everybody to catch back up.
Now, how many cars are we going to have
It says 20.
on the lead lap?
So we'll have it. Looks like 20 on the lead lap, but 10 of them will be stuck single file in the back. That's just how it works sometimes. Caution falls at the right time for Cody Porter. Jacob Quill elects to stay out to end stage 2. We'll see if that can do anything for him. Everybody else going to be on 10-lap fresher tires than Quill. I think the only advantage that he really has on those tires is that they're just going to be a lot warmer. They're going to be more worn, but they're going to be warmer than the tires on the 04, the 20, and the 17.
Yeah,
That's
but
for
with
sure.
as hard as the track is, that's going to make for a slick combination. Either way, you're going to want new tires right now, and I don't care how many laps he has at this track. 10 laps here is like 20 laps at another track because of how rough the surface is. So I think he's going to be a sitting duck, and hopefully he can keep it straight, or we're going to have another big one.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. He's 10 laps older tires in front of the field. He'll have the control here on the restart, so what can he do? He's had a fast car all night, kept it in the top 10, so I think he's pretty confident in his car at least. We'll see what he can do and what he can hold on to at the end of stage 2 here.
There goes the Mustang, and we're coming off of turns 3 and 4, getting ready to head down towards the start-finish line. Take us to the green one more time, bud. There it is.
Jacob Quill on the gas pedal good, and Hoggan and Porter are going to be battling side by side just behind. Hoggan trying to clear for a second, and it looks like he will over Porter. Here comes Thomas Wolfe now to the inside of Dallas Pataska. Oh, and Pataska going to slide Nick Vasquez. Pataska going to get hit by Tommy Carroll. Tyler Bellinger also going to get collected.
Oh.
And just like that, Dallas Pataska's night might be done.
Wow.
At least for contention of winning. That car still looks somewhat drivable.
Wow. I don't know. It kind of looks like a modified in the back of the thing.
Let's see what happened. Looks like Nick Vasquez maybe just got a nose to the inside of that 17, and they just came together out of turn 2. Tommy Carroll.
I don't know. I think the 17 might have broke loose a little bit.
Tommy Carroll just had nowhere to go, and just locked his tires up into him.
Who's that behind? Let's go aboard with Nick Vasquez. Let's go on board with him and see what we saw there. Oh, the 17 car did get loose and slowed down, and Vasquez got into him. Yeah, that was the 17 car breaking loose.
It wasn't too big of looseness. I don't know if it was really the looseness that kind of affected it there, honestly.
Well, it made him check up enough.
It did check him up just a little bit, yeah. Thomas Wolfe was making that move around him.
Yeah.
Forced him to the outside.
I mean, that just happened so fast.
And Jacob Quill will walk away our race leader. We're going to have one more time to get it settled here for stage 2. It looks like Thomas Wolfe starting to have a little bit of a connection issue, possibly.
Oh, no. We've seen that the last couple of nights.
12 cautions tonight so far. We're guaranteed one more with the stage.
Come on, Chachi, upgrade your server here or your router or something.
Maybe that's what disconnected Zach Saunders earlier in the season.
Sure, that's what we're going to go with.
It's going to be 2 laps, or 3 laps actually in stage 2, so another 3-lap dash here.
Yeah.
Quill and Hoggan on the front row this time. You see Porter and Wolf in that second row, then Vasquez and Mott. So Corey having a sneaky good night, up to 6 right now on this restart. What can he do to end stage 2?
Well, I'm interested to see what the 22 car Vasquez can do after what just happened there. He's got to put that behind him, and he's going to look out he needs to look out the front of his car and not look in the rear view mirror. He needs to forget about what just happened and just focus on the task in front of him. So, wasn't really his fault. I wouldn't say it was his fault. I wouldn't say it was the 17th fault. It's just one of those things that happens.
Racing incidents, yeah.
Yeah, and now he just needs to go forward and keep going on. And once again, Quill in the 5 car gets a decent start, but Hogan's able to stay with him, but he's still going to slide behind him and just maybe get the crossover coming out of the corner.
Seen these guys battle it out recently these last few
another
weeks.
car hard into the wall.
That's Vince Mitchell in the 18, hard into the wall. Cars taking avoiding action. You see Dallas Pataska's back out there on track, trying to battle for the final stage point here. You see what that long green flag run and those pit stops kind of did, trapping all those guys a lap down. It still allows them to stay around that top 10. Cars riding that wall in turn 1 and 2. Jacob Quill trying to run from Boyd Hoggan right now.
Oh, another car into the wall. Was that Vasquez?
Vasquez getting passed by Corey Mott.
Vasquez is going to lose a few spots. He's going to lose 2 spots.
Stuart Harding Walker also starting to drop some spots here on the outside, getting held up. Final lap of stage 2. Hoggan trying to hold off, or Quill trying to hold off Hoggan. Here comes Cody Porter as well.
Porter in that 4 car. It took a long time for him to get back out front, but he's as fast as he was earlier. Quill trying to hold on for one more corner, trying to make it through so we can get those extra bonus points.
Hoggan tries that outside line to go high, get the momentum, doesn't get there.
Nope.
And Jacob Quill going to take home stage 2. So anybody that's betted on Jacob Quill going to get some points.
Yeah, and you know what, man? That's a good confidence booster for him after what he's gone through the last 30 laps.
And on 10 lap holder tires, holding off what seems to be the fastest car of the race. That's definitely a good sign for that 5 car. And 10 points come his way, plus a playoff point. And his first race as a full-time driver going pretty well. Won last week. That gave him the opportunity to become full-time this week, after a bunch of changes.
And it's
gets a
paid
stage
off
win.
so far. It's got to make you feel good deep down inside.
So we'll go ahead and talk to him here just a moment after pit stops conclude and see how that 5 car is feeling.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to let you talk to him, and I'm going to go run inside and grab some more water.
That sounds good. Water is very healthy. But before these pit stops kick off, as it looks like pit road will open next time by, we're going to go ahead, step aside, let these guys pit, and then when we come back, we'll talk to our Stage 2 winner, Jacob Quill.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, This is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Back here in Darlington, Jacob Quill going to choose the inside. We're going to go ahead and pull him up really quickly and talk to him as our Stage 2 winner and see what he has to say. Hey there, Jacob. It's the boys up at the booth. You got a copy?
Oh, hi.
Stage 2 winner, filling in full-time now for that 5 car. Wanted to ask you how you're feeling real quick before we get underway for Stage 3.
I mean, car certainly ain't the best one out here. I'll just say that off rip. I mean, we're just really bad long run, and I don't really think it's me too much. I just think the car it wants to be tight in and loose out. I don't know why that is, but yeah, I mean, I made some adjustments. We'll see if they work. I mean, felt pretty good even on the short run. Felt much better, much smoother. So like I said, we'll see how it goes.
All right, well, good luck throughout the rest of this race, and hopefully we'll talk to you once again here at the end.
My RPMs are high, so if you're asking me a question, I can't hear you. Sorry.
No, you're good. Good luck. So Jacob Quill, our Stage 2 winner, and our control car for Stage 3 here, the start of Stage 3. Back on the gas pedal, and we're going. Those top 10 all stayed out on track. Or sorry, not top 10, top 4. Everybody else came down pit road.
I think these guys might ride off into the sunset here. We look everybody out front, although you see one car getting to the wall there. And, you know, Mankey, he's had some trouble. That's the second or third time he's hit the wall tonight.
And you see the clouds starting to play a good bit of factor right now on the track. It is very cloudy out there. These cars are going to be very fast at the moment. Once the sun comes back out, though, track's going to heat back up very quickly. Try to take advantage of this shade while you can. Zach Johnson running a Carl Edwards throwback. Love seeing that orange Aris paint scheme.
Yeah, look at that 81 car of Carlisle up into the 8th spot.
Just in front of that
Nice
45.
run. We've seen him running pretty well tonight. You know, haven't really talked about him, but there he is.
Try
right
to get
front.
that consistency back that he had last season.
Yeah.
You've seen it every now and then. It's been like a flash in a bottle almost for that 81 car. Just had a ton of unfortunate runs and incidents where he's really had nowhere to go or been collected in something.
Yep.
So trying to get it back and run an 8th right now here in Darlington, and I think this is the week for him to do it. This is one of those tracks where you kind of get spread out enough to where you're not really running around guys all the time, but you see a lot of chaos still going on right now in front of him, getting around that 51 now for 7th. But yeah, as I was saying, you get strung out here at Darlington and you can kind of just click off laps. And he's one of those guys. Back out front though, Quill gonna take the lead over, or Hoggan gonna take the lead over Quill. Getting their names mixed up. But they are out front right now, and Stephen Mankey is starting to lose these leaders. Wolf makes a move to the inside of that 6 car, looking for 3rd.
Watch out. Oh, man.
Almost contact. Keep it
Yeah,
clean.
so close.
And through goes Wolf. Another one of those
And he
guys
gets
new to Toyota. Might not be as new as Vasquez is still, but still new to Toyota after that crazy driver swap to Palmetto and Backroad Bandits discontinuing their Cup program.
Well, we've seen it quite a few times this year where guys have moved around different manufacturers. Whoa, who was that just disappeared?
Corey Mott giving Stephen Menke a little bit of the business through 1 and 2 there. Put that 6 car into the outside wall and made that pass. Menke might be a little mad. It seems like he's trying to send it back to the inside of that 54.
Yeah.
Unable to get there, though. Starting to get a little more aggressive out there. Elbows starting to get out as we're in that final stage here. Just under 100 laps to go now here in Darlington as well.
This is South Carolina. They're cutting their sleeves off.
See Menke getting a little too high in 3 and 4 there. That's going to allow Porter to peek a nose to the inside. And oh boy, hold on to it, Porter. He does. That could have been a big moment there for the 0-4 once again. Back out front, Boyd Hoggan starting to pull away now from Jacob Quill. Thomas Wolfe fully clear of the rest of those guys in 3rd. And starting to pull away from the rest of the field now as well. Trying to work down Jacob Quill and Boyd Hoggan.
What is that about the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Porter have a close call like that?
Yeah, it's getting to the point where it's too hard to count. And sometimes that's not what you want to see. Sometimes it is. Caution going to be coming out here. And oh no. One of the dominant cars of the night might have been around here. The 95 Tyler Justice. We've seen him be
Oh
up front.
no.
It doesn't look like he has damage on the car, but I think he did go around. Side by side with Nick Vasquez. Contact, more contact, and around goes that 95. Honestly surprised that that one was a caution compared to what we've had on the front stretch earlier. Maybe it's because of the way he pulls back up onto track. Oh yeah, that is really close. But that could be a little bit of past beef because the driver in that 22 is who lost his spot at factory there. Obviously a bunch of bad stuff going on at factory for Vasquez to leave. Head over to Palmetto, and Justice ended up moving over to that spot. Maybe not, though.
Yeah, well,
it's Darlington.
If the players are worried about what the coaches do, then, you know, they lost focus on what race they're in, because that was a few weeks ago. They should be over it by now.
Yeah, you never know.
But right now,
it's racing.
come on, race car drivers do not hold grudges.
Oh, yeah, they do. I know somebody named Robbie Gordon that waited a whole year to wreck somebody. And it's not the way that you think that it would work, but he did it. But it looks like we got a couple of guys electing to stay out on track. I don't know if this was on purpose or not, but Cody Porter, Garth Griswold going to be staying on track here.
I still think the best revenge was Matt Kenseth at Martinsville with...
I don't even think you got to say the rest of it.
Yeah, man. Oh, boy.
Stuart Harding
Nothing
Walker,
made me happier.
interestingly, wins race off pit road. I wonder if he took 2. His pit stop was 9 seconds. What does that 29 car have up his sleeve? And Boyd Hoggan, I think he got a EOL for either speeding on pit road or passing cars or something, because he is all the way to the back of the field now.
Huh.
Unfortunately, Sam Bennett, who is race control, does not have his SDK set up, so we can't see the cause of that, but I'm going to assume it's speeding on pit road.
I wish he had his own booth right underneath ours so we could check in with him and find out. Corey Mott, if you're listening, get working on that. We want a special booth for race control. That only we can access. Yeah, that's good.
So Garth Griswold now going to find himself on the front row with his teammate Jacob Quill, his new teammate, right behind him. Cody Porter, the control car on this restart, going to have Stuart Harding Walker just behind him on row 2. And you see the other guys that we've seen kind of all race up front, Mankey and Wolf just behind. Then Zach Johnson, Corey Mott, Nick Vasquez, and Stephen Carlisle round out our top 10 here. 90 laps to go when they go green here in Darlington. 14 cautions so far. It's not been a terrible race.
Nope, not too bad.
Definitely under that 10 caution, or 10 laps then a caution pace than we're usually used to seeing. It's been a little bit worse so far to start this season, especially after last week. I think guys just were a little on edge, but coming here a lot better.
Well, if they were nervous about that, then they better hold on to their britches because next week is going to be Big Boy Pantsville.
Yeah, Bristol next week. I honestly don't think it's going to be too bad. I think last year's 500 went pretty well to end the year, so I think we might see a surprise good race at Bristol.
I hope so. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to watch the replay. But out front, it's Griswold and Porter.
Porter, the control car here. We're going to get underway once again here in stage 3. Garth Griswold, Cody Porter, what do you got for us? Porter on the gas big time, and that's going to allow him to clear huge. Oh, and Griswold might have had contact, I think, with somebody. He's way down on the bottom of the track.
Oh, boy.
Cars sliding everywhere, trying to collect themselves. Jacob Quill, Thomas Wolfe now battling for third.
Man. Cars so close together coming off those corners just makes you nervous. It does not take much here.
Sun back out on track. Here comes Quill back to the inside of that 94. Got a win for him last week, now battling him this week. Still side by side
really
through 3 and 4,
it.
sends it through and clears that 5 car back up to third. Good battle. Wolf gonna look back to the
that
inside.
battle's not done yet.
Yeah. Looking a little further back though. Nick Vasquez trying to hold on to the top 10 here tonight. Tyler Justice starting to creep his way back into this picture just behind that 22, who he's just involved in an incident with.
Vasquez has also been involved in a couple of incidents tonight.
Justice was running up front earlier this race and kind of got stuck after a long green flag run there in the middle of the pack. And that incident with Vasquez just a moment ago doesn't help him out as well, so.
Vasquez's car is looking like it's handling pretty well right now.
Stephen Mankey stuck on the outside. It's going to allow Corey Mott to get around him. Carlisle now having a shot at it as well.
This guy's just front to back right now, running that high line pretty much the whole field. Running the same line right now. Not really many battles. This is going to be a longer green flag stint, I think.
On board with Kenny Reel, trying to make a move around that 81 of Stephen Carlisle. Reel been having one of those quiet nights as well, but quiet but good nights. Finds himself in 8th right now. Making his 2nd race in his return to the Crown Jewel community. Had to leave early last week due to a tornado warning.
Yeah, imagine that.
But back this week
We have
in the
nor'easters. We have nor'easters up here in the wintertime. That's about all we get. But man, tornadoes are no joke. Oh. Was that the camera switching, or did somebody just,
I think that was just the camera switching, but
Oh, okay. Man, that scared me.
Carlisle is looking to the inside of Mankey here. Out of turn 4, this is going to be side by side. Kenny Reel there as well, trying to peek his nose into something. Maybe push that 6 car through here on 1 and 2. Mankey into the wall, and this is causing some stack ups. Justice almost into the back end of that 11, and here comes the rest of the field. Justice now going to get around his team owner, or trying to, I should say, through 3 and 4. Mankey going to fight back on the outside. He says, not so fast.
Yeah.
We'll hold on to 8.
Yeah, that brings back memories of Scheckter taking out his boss, Eddie Cheever, at Homestead in the IndyCar series way back in the day right there. The two... The driver, the new guy, takes out the owner in the corner. That's what I had flashbacks of right there.
Back out front. Right now, Cody Porter holds on to the lead over Stuart Harding Walker and Jacob Quill. Thomas Wolf in 4th. You see Corey Mott back there in 5th, the hometown driver, looking for a top 5 night. 81 to go on board with Cody Porter as he's got a lot of clean air right now. We stay green, however. Lap traffic going to start making their way back into the picture. Here comes also Jacob Quill onto Stuart Harding Walker's rear bumper. And looking to the inside here, off the exit of 4, down the front straightaway into 1 and 2. They're going to be side by side. Quill going to have to send it to clear that 29. And he does. Back up to 2nd goes Jacob Quill.
Yeah, by allowing him to get by like that, because he just let off the gas and let him go, he was able to get a nice entrance into the exit of that corner. We always talk about how you want to come down low for the exit of turn 2 like that. And that's what he was allowed to do just by letting off the gas and letting the faster car go by. So that's a mature driver right there.
Stewart doing a good job holding on to 3rd right now, trying to hold it off of Thomas Wolf, who is trying to make his way into the podium spots here tonight. Just under 80 laps to go now here at Darlington. We'll still have one more time on pit road for these guys here in stage 3.
At least.
At least, yeah. If we get cautions, we'll definitely see them more than once. But Wolf going to look to the inside now of Harding Walker. And they'll go side by side through 1 and 2. Walker going to have the outside and clear that 94.
I'd love to know how many sets of tires these guys have left, but I can guarantee not one guy is going to tell you the truth.
I would like to say if it was on 10, they're probably around maybe 4 left in this race. But yeah, I don't think anybody's going to say the truth. They might say, hey, Bill, we're all out of tires.
Yeah. No, again, they don't lie. They're race car.
But right now, Jacob Quill is starting to hunt Cody Porter down. Last time around, just a little bit quicker, 29.53 compared to Cody Porter's 29.58. And he's right on that rear bumper. You see visually he's gotten a lot closer as well. See in the background there, Thomas Wolf making a move for 3rd. So we've seen Cody Porter be in a few incidents, but right now leading, trying to hold off Jacob Quill, who is our Stage 2 winner and last week's winner of Martinsville. And looking to go back-to-back here in Darlington. We've already had a couple of guys go back-to-back this season in multiple series.
Yep. I tell you, it's interesting to see how much this whole field has changed, because the guys that have pretty much dominated this entire race are not in the top 10 right now. Well, one of them's in the top 10, so... it's, oh no, Quill's been out front for a while. I take that back, but Pataska, he's in ninth spot right now. And you saw Hoggan, he got penalized, but he's already moved up into 11th position. So it's not going to be long before he's back up front. So getting closer to the end of this race, we know, like you said, we have at least one more pit stop. So the battling is just starting to shape up.
Yeah, and as you were saying that, Jacob Quill finds himself back out front, got around Cody Porter in that 0-4. And that will put that 5 car back to the points. Can he hold on to this lead? It looks like right now he's got no trouble doing it. Really pulling away. Last lap around 29.69 compared to a 29.93 for Cody Porter. So Porter is really starting to fall off. The only guy close to that range was Thomas Wolfe with a 29.65.
Now, if I'm Quill right now, I'm just going to try to keep distance from Porter. Keep him behind me. Just keep an even distance. Don't go crazy and run hard. Just keep him behind you at a distance because he's going to soon catch up to lap traffic. And you're going to want to be able to have as much tire and everything as you can to get around those lap traffic.
Yeah, you want to get as far away from Porter as long as he's in second, because you know Thomas Wolfe is starting to close down as well on Porter now. So once he gets around, he's going to have some clean air and start hunting that 5 car. So Quill's got a big task at hand here to try to get away from second and third before he catches this lap traffic.
Yeah, I don't. I kind of see. Maybe that's why I haven't won in the series yet, because I'm thinking I want to save a little bit, just enough to keep them behind me, but just enough that I have enough tire to get around everybody else. But you know what? You're a hell of a lot better than this than I am, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with your choice.
You're definitely right. You want to save just a little bit, but definitely want to be pushing to get away from these guys before you catch the lap traffic, because once you hit lap traffic, you never know what's going to happen there. And here comes that move by Thomas Wolfe up to second now, and he's on his hunt. Is it a full moon tonight?
You know what? Let me check.
Wolfe clear of Porter. But if it is a full moon tonight, you know, that's why Thomas Wolfe is on the move right now.
It's not full, but, you know, it's pretty bright where I am, so.
There you go. Something's howling right now. And I think it's that 94 car. He's moving.
Yeah, man.
Boyd Hoggan doing a good job working his way back up through the field after that.
Already up to fifth.
And after that speeding penalty. Up to 5th past Corey Mott. Does he have enough time to get back up to the front? He's got 70 laps, just under 70. So I think he's got enough time, but if no cautions come out, it's going to be a lot more difficult of a task than it is if a caution does come out. That's the difference. Quill in the wall.
Man, gotta be careful with that.
That is the spot where it's okay, as long as you don't keep it stuck in the wall. But with Thomas Wolfe closing in behind him, that is definitely not what you want to be doing. Wolfe is just a little bit faster right now as well. Still got 0.7 of a second though. Behind Quill, down to 6 as they enter 1 and 2, down to 5 for a split second there. So lap 228 of 293 here tonight in Darlington. Jacob Quill, our stage 2 winner right now, holds on over last year's champion Thomas Wolfe. But Wolfe is closing Cody Porter, our Daytona 500 winner, in 3rd right now. And then Tyler Justice has found himself back up to 4th after being stuck in some mid-pack shenanigans. And Boyd Hoggan, after a penalty, back up to 5th. Doing a good job.
And, you know, Hoggan is coming pretty fast, but he's only what 2 seconds behind Quill. We're gonna have to watch that distance to. No, I'm sorry. I just can't see my eyes here. Oh yeah,
he's about maybe 6 seconds behind Quill right now.
Yeah. Okay. No, he's
or
2
actually
seconds
3
behind. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Scoreboard is right.
Yeah,
I was looking at the intervals, trying to do some math.
Yeah, so he's 3 seconds is not that far behind. We're going to have to watch that to see how fast he's closing, and he's already got it down 0.4 of a second. So Hoggan's coming hard.
Justice just got around Cody Porter as well, so Porter's starting to fall off now in that 0-4. He was last on pit road on lap 187, so 13 lap older tires than these guys around him right now, who were all on pit road on lap 200. Definitely could be a factor of what's going on with that 0-4 right now, why he's falling back. Smartly doing it though, not pushing the car too much, not over pushing it, and making unnecessary mistakes. Fall back to 5th, and he's got a lot of time back to Corey Mott.
Hoggan up to 4th. Justice, Wolf. Man, it's starting to wind down right now.
And you see in the distance the lap traffic starting to creep into the picture. On board with our race leader, Jacob Quill, as you do see a bunch of cars starting to come up close. And they're not as far away as you think they are.
No.
It might look like they're a far bit away, but this is really only about a second, maybe 2.
The one thing about Darlington that you don't see at any other track that I can think of is they actually have safer barrier all the way around this track, even down the straightaways.
Yeah, it's a very fast track, and you see guys kind of get... I mean, you've seen it tonight as well, guys just getting nosedived into the wall. With how much speed you're carrying here, it's a huge possibility. And I think it's a good thing that NASCAR did put them here. And I think it's honestly interesting that iRacing likes to copy everything like that. And you do get to see the safer barriers make their appearance here in iRacing as well. Not really useful here in iRacing because there's no feeling, but definitely a nice little visual to have. Quill gets around the first couple of lap cars cleanly. They get out of his way, not trying to cause any problems with the leaders. See Hoggan up to 3rd now, just got around Justice. Starting his hunt under 60 laps to go now. Cody Leach has had somewhat of a rough night. Got involved in an incident early on, getting lapped once again here. Jacob Quill not really getting too much of room there by Leach. But Thomas Wolff will get around his Toyota teammate. I think it's starting to creep into these guys' minds when they're going to come down pit road. Obviously not yet. It's still a little too early. 36 laps on these tires. I mean, 36 laps is a lot here at Darlington, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think these guys are maybe looking to come down pit road maybe around 250, 260-ish. Is I think what they're going to be looking for to kind of make it to the end on a good set of tires.
And the only thing that can change that is a caution. And as we've seen, that's a possibility at any time here at Darlington.
A couple guys already coming down pit road. You see one coming off pit road there in the distance. We're looking on a battle between Carlisle, Corey Mott, and Stephen Mankey, who's fallen back to 10th now in that 6 car. Still falling back. Carlisle looking to the inside of Mott here now. Not able to get the run on the inside. It's going to allow Mankey to close back in on the battle.
And now Hoggan's closed in even closer to Wolff.
Report on track for a crash. That's John Connor. I think that was the car that's...
Oh.
I think he might be mad. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but 97 of John Connor looks like he just might have taken himself out of the race on purpose. But it did show up a crash report before that, so I don't know if something happened with him getting onto pit road.
Yeah, he was not happy.
And look at Boyd Hoggan. Huge run to the inside of Thomas Wolff here on the exit of turn 4. Can he make that run stick? Not yet. Wolff stays out front. This is a 3-car battle for the lead now, as they're closing in on Jacob Quill as well. Hoggan from probably, I think, 16th, 17th, all the way up to 3rd now, battling for 2nd here with Thomas Wolfe, still holding on the outside. Oh, a little bit of contact there through 3 and 4. On board with this 20 car as they're still side by side down the front straightaway, and that's what Quill wants to see. Hopefully they stay side by side longer. But Wolf going to put it in the wall as they enter 1 and 2, and that's going to allow Hoggan to clear. And now Hoggan starting to hunt down Jacob Quill here as they're still making their way through lap traffic here in this long green flag run in stage 3. Close battle on the track right now between Zach Johnson and Nick Vasquez. See, they're getting their way around some lap traffic as well. It's Henry Kalhoff in the 10.
There's just battles going on all over this track right now. Some real tight ones, and some of them are getting guys really loose like we just saw. I think we're about 10 laps away from seeing another caution.
We could be very well that distance away from seeing another caution, but I don't know yet. It's definitely interesting because we've had different types of runs going on all night. Green flag runs, a little bit of short green flag runs, long green flag runs. So I don't know what's really going to happen here in stage 3 as we're getting closer and closer to the conclusion of this race. Now just about 50 laps to go.
And what I'm starting to see is a little bit of desperation from some of these drivers, some of the moves they're making. That's why I think we're going to see another caution coming up.
Quill stuck behind some lap traffic here. Boyd Hoggan starting to close in big time. See the gap on board with Hoggan in that 20. Quill using the wall with that 5 car. It's not really what you want to do too much with a car chasing down. He's really using that 5 car right now. Hogan's going to have a chance to the inside here. And Quill's side by side with Hoggan out of turn 4. Quill touches the wall. That's going to give Hoggan the lead, and he's clear out of turn 4.
Yeah, he just came right through the field, no problem at all.
Looking like Tony Stewart out there with
that now let's see.
Paint scheme.
Let's see how fast he can run away from Quill here.
Quill just about a second slower that last lap. I don't know if it's because he was in the wall and getting past. We'll see if he can retain that speed that he had just a moment ago. Tyler Justice is going to be one of the first guys on pit road, learning from that mistake last stage. Comes down early this time. Nick Vasquez, Nick Basden, and Corey Mott as well down pit road. So pit stops are starting to kick off. As I said, that 250 to 260 range kind of looking like that is the range. The early pit stops starting to kick off now, though. 246, these guys trying to undercut.
You're definitely on the green with that shot. Yeah, that's a good call.
I'm honestly kind of surprised. Didn't really know the numbers of what we were looking at here tonight, but I felt like that was a good number to call it because it's just about halfway through where we had starting that restart compared to the end of the race. So that's kind of what you see normally, guys splitting halfway on tires. Hogan's still on track though. Wants to keep his lead expanding. You see Quill starting to have big problems with that 5 car. It's starting to handle just a little in the wrong direction. Still in second though. Mankey down pit road. Hamilton a little deep in his box, but as well on pit road. Zach Johnson off of pit road, as well as Garth Griswold. Actually, he's onto pit road, I should say. And he might be a little deep. Yep.
Yep, you called that one.
Gotta be careful entering these pit stalls. Especially on old tires like that. You don't expect them really to slide like that, but they do because they're just so used. You would think at that low speed the car would come to a stop, but it just doesn't. You gotta make sure it stops.
And if you come in way too fast, it just laughs at you.
That is true. Hogan's still out on track. Stuart Harding Walker now on pit road as these green flag pit stops are fully underway now at this point, I should say. Stephen Carlisle as well coming down pit road. You see him there. A bunch of different guys coming down at different laps, different strategies kind of working out here. For these final, going to be 43 laps to go here. Looks like only 10 cars out of this race right now, which is not honestly a lot for a Darlington race, it feels like. Yeah, there's a good amount of cars, a good amount of laps down, but they're still out there running.
Yeah. I was looking at that earlier, and I actually, with all the cautions that we've had, I thought there was going to be a lot more than just 10.
It might be just a little bit more. I think there's a few guys that are out that are maybe have a lot more laps completed than some guys that are still running that are laps down. But yeah, I mean, just about 10. That's not a lot for a Darlington race, that's for sure. Especially with the cautions we've seen and some of the big wrecks. But Hoggan doing a good job. Wolf did get around Quill for second. And here comes Cody Porter back into the picture. Kenny Reel is now up to 5th as well as these pit stops still going underway. Dallas Pataska is down pit road here.
Now, has Reel pitted?
Reel has not pitted just yet. Last on pit road on 200 with the rest of these guys.
All right.
But they are all yet to pit the top 5. So when will they come down pit road is the question. We saw Hoggan run a little deep at Homestead, and it kind of worked out in his favor having fresher tires. It was kind of close though, so I don't know if he wants to go for something like that again. It's kind of seeming like he is. We're definitely in that pit window now, as pretty much everybody is pitted except for these top 5 still. And just about 8.5 seconds separate them. So we'll see what these fresh tires can do for other people. Tyler Justice right now, the first car on fresh tires. He's in 6th, 1 lap down. Thomas Wolf comes down pit road this time by. I'll put Jacob Quill back up to 2nd. But Cody Porter not done with him just yet. He's starting to close back in. Said, you might have passed me early on the short run, but I'm going to get you on the long run. Quill actually not going to do that fight. He's going to come down pit road, as Boyd Hoggan actually also does come down pit road this lap as well. So it looks like Quill trying to match Hoggan.
I don't know why, but I wasn't expecting that. I thought he lost it coming on. Ooh, man, I got nervous for him.
Yeah, that, I mean, definitely could have been a huge incident, especially if it's you know, somebody that doesn't know how to control their car, you know, throwing it down the track like that. But Quill has done a good job tonight, and seems like he knows how he wants to enter pit road. And yeah,
Yep.
I mean, it was a very, very abrupt turn down to pit road. That is for sure.
You get the 3 just driving around the 04.
Kenny Reel as well on pit road now, so Porter the last guy on track. Everybody is a lap down except for Cody Porter. Something you don't see too often. See though, Justice now going to get his lap back as Porter makes his way around turn 3 and 4. Closing in on 30 laps to go. So Justice right now has advantage over Boyd Hoggan, and it's 7 seconds. Down pit road 10 laps earlier, and we'll see if the 10 lap advantage for Hoggan will help him catch back up to this 95, who is going to have the lead here once Cody Porter comes down pit road and it cycles out. So a little bit of a shakeup there. Saw Justice involved in a few incidents in stage 2, and now he's out front.
Can you imagine if the caution comes out right now?
Oh yeah, that would be insane. Let's speak it into existence.
Yeah.
Car is almost going 3 wide in the background there. I can't tell who that is. But we're looking
I'd
at
love
a
to
couple
see.
other
I'd love to
battles.
see like that happen, but have like somebody that you would never expect, or somebody who's always had the worst luck. You know,
And there it is. Porter down pit road. So Justice currently has a 6.8 second interval over Boyd Hoggan. Can he hold on for 33 laps? I don't know. 10 lap difference. It's going to be close. Hoggan has definitely had the car to beat all night. But Justice has been there.
experience is going to be a lot of it.
He's found himself in a little bit of lap traffic. You see Hoggan there coming off of turn 2 in the distance. Not really too much lap traffic, but it is a pretty big gap. If a caution does come right out right now as well, that does close that gap very instantly. So.
Yep. And
This
I
guy's
don't
on
think
edge.
we're done with that caution flag.
Yeah, I don't know yet. It's been a while since we've seen one. We got through a whole green flag pit stop though. Whole cycle here in stage 3, and right now Justice 5.8 seconds. That gap is closing. Does he have enough time?
These guys are just absolutely ripping off some times with old tires.
Hoggan just set one of his fastest laps of the race, 28.91. It's on 7
Look at
lap
last
old
year's
tires.
winner. Last year's winner of this race, Nick Vasquez, back into 6th spot in the 22 car. He's been beat up a couple of times on a few incidents. That wasn't his problem.
Corey Mott, another one of those guys that early pitted up to 4th right now, and just in front of Jacob Quill, who's trying to get back up into that top 3 that he's been running in all night. It's going to be a challenge, though. Dallas Pataska right now holding on to that 3rd spot. It's our championship leader right now. And doing a good job pulling away from the rest of the field. A little bit of contact there with Cody Leach. Back out front, though. Justice, 4.7 seconds in front of Boyd Hoggan. Still about a straightaway, so he's got time. But does he have enough time? That's the question.
Yeah. And like you said, you know, a caution could change everything. And all it takes is a little wiggle. As we've seen guys just coming off the corners, just the back steps out just a bit, any little problem, and that gap will close immediately.
And it's down to 4 seconds now. It's closing quickly. When we got the 95 out front, it was 6.8. Now it's down to 4.
And I wonder where Papa Mott is right now. Is he really on a cruise somewhere?
That's what I was told. Oh!
Mankey into the wall!
Stephen Mankey having some problems falling back to 14th and in front of the leader, his teammate in the wall.
I'm worried about Papa Mott. I don't want to see any more videos of him in a Speedo drinking a margarita with that straw hat doing the Congo line again. You know, it's... You know, I don't want to see that happen.
Yeah, he's missing his hometown race.
Take it easy. The old man needs to take it easy on a cruise. He shouldn't. I know there's probably going to be a lot of other blue-haired people on the cruise with him. But, you know, he needs to take it easy.
Boyd Hoggan closing that gap down more and more each lap. 2.3 seconds now separate those two out front. It's starting to look like it's going to fall in the hands of the 20 car once again, unless a caution comes out.
And why did they take Corey?
Yeah. Why is Corey out on track right now? Not in the ocean. I don't know, but he's doing a good job out on track right now, up to 5th. Did just lose that spot to Jacob Quill a little bit ago. They're trying to hold on to a top 5 here tonight. We're gonna throw back to the some of the original looking Toyotas. Very clean look for that 54 car this week. And now you see the distance between the leaders. 1.4 seconds. Pataska nowhere near that battle. 7.3 back to him.
Yeah, Pataska's just kind of falling back. But Hoggan's coming.
Quill is pretty much on pace with Hoggan right now, but the distance between them is not going to benefit Quill. About 8 seconds behind Hoggan.
Hoggan is now under a second from Justice.
24 to go, going to be 23 as they hit the line. And yeah, there's the distance right there on board with the 20 in seconds.
It's only going to take a lap or two.
Not long before he makes his move. 0.6 of a second faster around the track that last time by for Boyd Hoggan. I would say it's one thing to catch him, it's another thing to pass him, but these guys are teammates. I don't know if they're going to do too much battle. I think Justice might know that Hoggan is just too much quicker right now. And might not really put up a fight, which is not really what you want to see, but it makes sense in the long run of things.
Well, I doubt there's team orders, so we'll see how it plays out. Now, Hoggan's won already this year. Justice has won. And, Justice goes up and touches the wall, and
that's going to give it to the 20 here on the inside, or at least that lane. Justice still trying to fight back on the outside. We'll see what he does entering 1 and 2, and he gives it to Hoggan.
Yeah, I mean, you have to at that point. You just hit the wall. He's obviously faster, Not much you can do about it.
See if he can collect himself and maybe stay with that 20 car. And maybe he'll get another shot here. There's a lot of lap traffic. You never know what could happen here with lap traffic. Still 21 laps to go. Going to be 20 laps to go now. Magic number for that 20 car. Making their way around Jonathan Lager. And you see the lap cars in the distance there. 20 to go for Boyd Hoggan as he finds himself back out front. Nick Basden trying to make a move on Nick Vasquez. Couple of Nicks going at it. Vasquez stuck in the wall, and that's going to allow Basden to clear off of 2. Crossover, though, by the 22. Still side by side through 3 and 4. Off of the exit, Basden's going to have the run on the outside, but he's in the wall. That's going to keep that 22 there for just a second. Basden going to have to send it off into 1 and 2, and he does, to clear.
Oh, boy.
Back out front. Boyd Hoggan now up to a second, basically out front. 0.9 of a second. Justice starting to fall.
I know I said it before, but there's a lot of cars slipping and sliding everywhere.
Could be
And now
caution territory.
Yeah, and Hoggan is starting to catch some of this lap traffic, which is not what he wants at this point.
See the battle for third right now. This is Pataska off of the exit of 4 just a second ago. You saw Quill, so they're about a quarter of a straight away from each other.
Hoggan would love to see Pataska catch Justice, but Pataska's just too far back at this point.
Yeah, and he's not really... I mean, he is running a pace to catch up to him pretty quickly, but I don't know if there's just enough time to really do anything about it. And just the fact that lap traffic is also starting to play a factor here. It's going to be a lot harder to catch those guys in front of you as you're trying to pass guys that are slower than you. It's hard to go faster than a guy that's going faster than you, trying to pass guys that are slower than you.
Right?
If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely does. Man, these guys are just flirting with that outside wall. Ugh. I know they've been doing it all night, but at this stage, with the tire wear, even though everybody just pretty much pitted, those tires are already, they're already on their way out.
We're down to 11 cars on the lead lap here with 14 laps to go. Holding on to that free pass right now would be Stewart Harding Walker if a caution were to fall at any point throughout the rest of this race. Does it happen here with going to be 13 to go? I don't know. These guys are pretty spread out right now, but there are little bunches around the track every so often. And with guys wanting to make their final moves, knowing that they might not have any chance to make another pass, could get elbows out here and maybe a car goes around. We'll see. Corey Mott, Nick Basden battling now in the 51 and the 54. Johnson and Vasquez as well, just behind them going at it. They've been going at it all race. Can't seem to separate themselves. And there it is.
Caution is out.
This time going to be for Noah Hunt in the 30 cars. He's turned around and stopped in the middle of 1 and 2. And caution comes out with 12 laps to go. And there's a Tokyo drift from the Mustang. Let's see what happened to this 30 car. That's what we were just talking about. Just spoken into existence, and check up in front of Tyler Bellinger.
And then Wolf
is involved in that one as well, yeah. Wolf is back to 15th. I don't know what happened to him. He's a lap down for sure. But that's going to bring all your leaders down pit road. Will we see anybody take two? Will we see anybody stay out? I would think everybody's going to be coming down pit road. And taking at least two. I don't know. I don't know about
two. There's no
two.
way to take two. I don't know. I certainly could never take two. I don't have that type of talent to drive the car with only 2 new tires.
That'd be really risky to take two there. Boyd Hoggan going to get into his stall. Did not want that caution to come out as he was starting to pull away from the rest of the field. And we'll see if anybody does take two. Doesn't seem that way. Justice had a quicker pit stop, almost got that 20 car. Stuart Harding Walker, who's up to 3rd. Somebody just blew up. Don't know who that was. But Harding Walker actually is taking a wave around, it seems. Oh, yeah, he just got a lucky dog. I'm sorry. Completely forgot about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But, yeah, got the,
we had
got the lucky dog and coming down pit road now.
You had just said that, just prior that he would be the one getting it.
We have been live for 3 hours, so.
Yeah.
It's getting to closing time. Brain is starting to misfunction just a little bit.
A little bit.
Maybe it's been misfunctioning all night. I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes.
Well, I know, mine is on the twitch, so to speak. The light bulb's not as bright as it used to be.
You see possibly the final time that these guys line up side by side. Boyd Hoggan, Tyler Justice back to that front row, what we saw pretty much all of stage 1 and for the start of stage 2 before Justice kind of got caught up in some incidents.
If anybody wants to check my IndyCar reference I went to earlier about Scheckter and Cheever, I want you to look up, I think it was the season opener in 1998 or 90, I think it's 98 or 99 for the IRL at Homestead. So look that up and you'll see that race, and Tommy Scheckter signs with the new team. First race, takes out his boss.
Lights back on the pace car, so we'll have one more lap of caution before we get settled here. possibly for the final time in Stage 3. We have 15 attempts at overtime restarts, which is basically unlimited. I don't think anybody really thinks that we're going to get to 15, so that's why they set it to that. That's also the limit that we have due to iRacing. But these guys looking to not have to use any of them. They got a shot to get it done right here. Coming up next week, we have a full week of Bristol racing. The only series that's going to be off next week is ARCA. I believe they'll make a return the following week, as the Cup Series then will be trading with ARCA and going off after Bristol. So we'll have an off week after Bristol next week. But
Oh, really? That's right. Okay, so good. I'm only going to be missing one race then while I'm away.
yeah, the
Phew.
top 3 divisions all head to Bristol, and then Rockingham for the trucks in Xfinity Series, or the Dash Series as we call it here. And then the Cup Series have a off week.
All right.
Race.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to miss Bristol, which is one of my favorites. So
9 laps to go. You see a big long line on the outside. 14 cars on the lead lap. Green flag back out. 8 laps to go. Is it going to be Justice? Is it going to be Hoggan? Is it going to be any of these guys behind him? I don't know. Let's see. Off to Justice. Going to have a bumper to that 20 car. He's got a chance at it. He's been around that 20 car all race.
oh, the
Sends it a little high.
95 up into the wall.
Gonna help him with the exit, but it definitely slowed him down in the corner itself.
Yep.
Jacob Quill up to
7 to
3rd
go.
on that restart, was restarting 5th. So he's pushing that 5 car right now, trying to go back to back and win. He's got 7 laps to do it. Still single file through the top 5 and through the majority of the field right now, as they've kind of gotten it sorted out here. Justice still clipping the wall on the exit of 4. That's not going to help him with 6 laps to go. Now side by side in the background, you see Kenny Reel trying to make a move to the inside of Nick Vasquez. Cody Porter there as well.
Oh, this doesn't look good.
Close quarter racing, and there's
Here it
contact,
is.
and there around goes the 11. And caution going to come back out. And I think we're going to see some crown jewel
Oh,
overtime.
hold it.
Whoa.
Oh,
Think we're going to see some crown jewel overtime after that, and that is not what Hoggan wanted to see, because I think Jacob Quill might have something for him right now. He was flying on that restart.
well,
And Justice was also right there as well, but was just barely clipping the wall. So
Well,
this thing
either
could
way,
slip out of Hogan's hands here.
either way, we're going to have a green-white checkered flag.
And look at this,
So-
Justice.
You know, again, it's easy to catch them, not pass. You know what I mean? So it's shaping up to be very interesting. And Justice is a teammate of Hoggan. So,
Some guys in the back
well,
electing to take
yeah,
fresh tires.
Quill's the odd man out there. So, yeah, it's going to be tough.
Let's go ahead and bring up Hoggan once again, our Stage 1 winner. He's going to have to hold off one of his teammates, plus Jacob Quill and Dallas Pataska. See what he's feeling right now. Looks like Tony Stewart. Does he feel like Tony Stewart? That's the real
That's
question.
actually not Tony Stewart. That's Tim Richmond.
I'm talking about the paint scheme.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about. Never mind.
Hey there, boy. It's the boys up at the booth once again. You got a copy?
I gotcha.
All right. We talked to you a little bit earlier at the end of Stage 1 there. Said the car felt real good. Might have a little bit of slipping and sliding there every now and then, but overall it felt real good. And definitely been the dominant car of the night. Wanted to ask you how you're feeling here, as looking like we're going to have a green-white checkered here in a second, maybe a natural one.
Yeah, the slipping and sliding's mildly by design, I'll say. Like, you kind of just... There's a lot you can do at Darlington to kind of manipulate the balance throughout the run and keep shifting weight everywhere you need it and building heat where you need it. So, like long runs, I think you can kind of fight back pretty nice there. It's really good. Like, I don't even know what to say on that one. This is real nice. We brought Homestead and made it a little better, and it worked. It's pretty nice, but we'll see if we can hang on. I don't know. I mean, these are all gonna be hectic and shitty, and I wish we could have just been done, but you know, people got to get their points, so here we go.
Here we go. Bill, you got anything for Boyd before we see this restart here?
No, he answered my question naturally, so I just want to see how he plays out. Good luck, Boyd, man, and hopefully we'll be talking to you in a little bit.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
yeah. Good
Hopefully
luck
see
here.
you in a minute.
Boyd Hoggan out front right now with his teammate to his outside. Dallas Pataska second on the inside. And Jacob Quill second on the outside. Two Chevrolets trying to mix up a Ford party right here.
Yeah, and you know what? He wasn't exactly too comfortable in his voice there. It sounded like he was a little concerned about the boys behind him. So
Yeah.
let's see what the teammates can do.
Natural green-white checkered here. Green flag back out. 2 laps to go. Boyd Hoggan, Tyler Justice, Jacob Quill going to get clear of Pataska on the outside. We know these guys are going to be sending it as hard as possible here to end this race. They want to get as many spots as possible. You see Stuart Harding Walker there. I think it was in the middle of 3 wide and makes that move work. Coming out of the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Now on the exit of 4. Boyd Hoggan going to get the white flag, and can he close this one out? Jacob Quill going to look for second here. That might
Quill's
just
trying
give
on the
Hoggan
inside. He's
enough.
going to go up in the corner. He almost sends the 95 of Justice into the barrier. But either way, I think that's the maneuver that just won Hoggan the race. That slowed Justice up enough where Hogan's going to walk away from it. There's no catching the 20 car now.
Yeah, and Boyd Hoggan walking out of turn 4, clear. Barney waving that checkered flag, and they're crashing in the back.
Good crash.
81 of Carlisle involved. He'll still finish 15th, and they're still wrecking across the line.
Man.
And what a finish for Boyd Hoggan. Yeah, that move by Jacob Quill.
Man, the ending
Just
of that
slowed the
race
95
looked
down
like
enough.
that looked like the graduating class of the Stevie Wonder driving school right there.
Hey, I mean, they had to get it out at one point. But Boyd Hoggan walks away with his second win. Said he brought what he brought to Homestead, which was his first win. Upgraded it a little bit, and now gets it done here once again in Darlington. Second win of the season for that 20 car, and he's starting to close in now on Pataska as well. Don't know if you saw this in the Twitch chat, but Mike Burnett was having a little bit of fun with you, Bill.
What did he say?
Said, "Don't you put that juju on me." Mike will make his
Don't know what
return.
you're talking about.
He'll make his return next week at Bristol.
Yes, we will. And you know what? That's been kind of a big subject around the chat rooms lately is the return of the Burnett man.
Yeah, made his announcement last week that he'll be returning with Hollywood Motorsports. And, yeah, I mean, we're looking like a revamped team out there, so we'll see what we could do.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Cup team for sure is looking revamped. Xfinity's team has stayed the same, so that's what I like to see.
I will.
I don't like
I
changes.
will say this whole series has just been supercharged the last year.
It has, and
So-
Hoggan's still burning it down for us.
Yeah.
Definitely happy about this win. You could tell. But we'll go ahead, let him kind of celebrate it out. There goes his engine. We're going to step aside real quick, and then we'll come back with our podium interviews and our top 3 finishers of the night.
Hey, You know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Are you struggling to keep up with the top drivers? Are you ready to get faster and more consistent? If so, it doesn't have to take as long as you might think. With the VRS competitive subscription, you'll have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything you need to analyze your driving and see exactly where you're losing time. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off your lap times. When it comes to your equipment holding you back, the powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the best drivers in the world, including Jordan Caruso, Tim Ryan, Jordi Lopez, and Oscar Piastri. It's no secret that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also the best value for money. So if you're looking to upgrade your wheelbase to direct drive and want highly adjustable, ultra-realistic pedals, VRS is your answer. You can get better, faster, and more consistent in less time and for less money. You owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. Just go to the URL or the button below and learn why the best use VRS.
So, welcome back to Darlington Raceway. And we're going to go ahead and kick off our podium interviews, starting off with Jacob Quill, coming home third in his debut for Hollywood Motorsports in that 5 car. And let's see what he has to say. Hey there, Jacob. It's the boys up at the booth. You got a copy?
No, I do not. I don't know what you're talking about.
Taking you from a little bit of a conversation there with Tyler, but obviously coming home P3 here, we got to talk to you at some point. So wanted to ask you how you felt out there tonight. We talked to you a little bit earlier in stage 2. After winning that stage, you said the car wasn't really the best, but it seemed like you kind of had the speed there throughout the rest of stage 3. Just didn't really have the time to catch up to Boyd and the rest of those guys out front.
So what's your question here?
How did it feel in stage 3?
You made a statement.
What was the adjustments? You know, how did that work out?
It still felt atrocious. Like it was still awful. Like I don't know what more I could have done there. I was saving rear, left, and right because it would just snap on me. So I changed the set back to normal in that 3rd stage and it was working for like the first 25 laps and I was doing a great job. And then out of nowhere, it just got unbearably loose. And then another caution, I tightened the car up very well and it handled like a dream. I was hunting down Dallas and them, but it was really, really tough. Honestly, it's just that's why they call it Darlington. It's too tough to tame, and it was really hard. It was a really hard race. I was fighting the car all damn day.
I mean, I think that's a good thing to hear out of somebody that's finishing in the top 3. Definitely want to hear that that the track is difficult out there, and it's definitely difficult for everybody. So I would say that's a good thing to hear. But you may not enjoy it. But
I enjoyed it. It's just the car is just way too loose, especially out of 4.
I can get that sentiment for sure. But I also wanted to ask you, obviously making your debut here full-time in the Cup Series in that number 5 car, just a very good, strong start to your full-time career here in the Cup Series. Wanted to ask you what that will do for these next races leading up into the season, and obviously Bristol next week. We'll have a little bit of a break and then get right back to it.
I feel really good about the car and all that. I love the next gen car. Just the dirty air plays a major factor. And as you've seen, guys were just plowing left and right out of turn 2, especially because of the dirty air. It was just a clean air race. If you had clean air, you were likely going to be a 10th or 2 faster than someone on the same set of tires. But I'm glad. I'm glad I got podium, my first full-time start. It's a great impression. I mean, I may have rubbed a couple fenders and did a couple naughty things at some points, but I mean, that's Darlington, so I don't. I mean, some of it's just unpredictable car handling, and the other part of it is just aggressiveness to go after it.
Yeah, it is Darlington. I don't know if Bill's here, but I'm gonna give it over to Bill real quick, see if he is here, and see if he's got any questions for you. Bill, are you here?
Yeah.
There it is. Sorry, I hit the button on me by accident. Sorry about that. Jacob, you've had success with the trucks, Xfinity. Now here, it's got to be a confidence booster every time you come into one of these races to be able to ride and drive with these guys that are ahead of you.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, I'm just trying to get used to everything, and we'll take it one step at a time, but and see where we end out towards the end of the season. But I mean, yeah, I feel definitely boost your confidence just being able to run with these guys, especially. I mean, just Boyd and that factory car is just on another level today. I mean, he just literally drove from the back. It was still faster than me. No tire was used whatsoever. I don't know how that dude is literally just like, I don't know if Darlington's his track or what, but damn, dude. Like I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
just baffled by how fast his car was in the long run. I mean, but yeah, it definitely a confidence booster.
Well, hey, solid finish on your first start. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously getting a win last week in Martinsville, filling in for Thomas Wolfe, now heading to Darlington, which is what some people say the toughest track on the schedule, and coming home with a P3 here, now going to Bristol next week. Wanted to ask you how you're feeling about Bristol, and, yeah.
I mean, in the next gen car, Martinsville has actually been one of my weak points with the car, and we just showed out, had a great setup, and it was a great day. Bristol, I'm not sure about if it's going to be the same, but Bristol, I mean, it's also been a really tough track for me. With the new revamp, you're not going to see guys running the top as much anymore. You're still going to see them running the top, but it's not going to be as effective where you just get those slingshots. Like it doesn't work anymore. I think they took grip out of the top, because it just doesn't stick the same anymore like it used to. So, I mean, Bristol's always been a good track for me. It's always been a great track, but it's just whether I execute and I'm able to get through traffic is going to be, and especially avoid carnage, because I feel like off the corner some people are going to get loose. Some people are going to get rubbed up on entry and maybe drilled through center. I don't know. I think it's just going to be being in the right spot and having the right amount of pace.
Yeah, I think next week definitely going to be an interesting race, with it being a very close quarters track and a lot of high speeds out there as well as you're going through those corners. So before we let you go and you go celebrate your P3 here tonight, wanted to ask if you had any final acknowledgments or thanks to give out to anybody before we let you go and you go celebrate.
Well, obviously, I want to thank you, Nathaniel, for bringing me along with this opportunity here. Corey was actually going to offer me a seat, but the thing is, I think this was just a more acceptable situation because, Cameron's here. I feel like he'd be more willing as long as I stay, like, close to him, you know what I mean? To just, let me go and go to Cup. But, I mean, yeah, thank you and the team for providing the great setup. I mean, it was good for the most part. I mean, it's just a little loose, obviously, but... I mean, other than that, y'all did a fantastic job this week. I mean, I don't know. Where did everyone else finish? Because I just want to thank the team. They were very helpful. We were having a great time in the VC, and that's honestly what stuck me around.
Yeah, I think I think the rest of your teammates
Now they're meowing. Now Garth. Sorry to interrupt. Garth is meowing right now.
But yeah, I think they kind of had a little bit of rough nights, which has kind of been the motto these past few weeks for us, but hopefully we can get it turned around at Bristol. That was one of our good tracks last year. But yeah, go ahead and go celebrate and go enjoy the rest of your night here and go get ready for Bristol next week. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, gotta put on my big boy pants.
Jacob Quill, our third place finisher.
I mean, can you imagine how we finished last week and then now this race? I mean, man.
Yeah, and next week, being a team owner, having Mike Burnett stepping into the car next week full time, it's definitely something to be excited about. So
yeah,
I'm very excited to look forward to seeing those guys out there and like I said, it's definitely a revamped Cup team for us. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what they can do. I'm excited to see what Garth can gain from these guys as well, because I know Garth was looking for somebody that's more knowledgeable in the sets, and now we got kind of two guys that are a little bit more knowledgeable. So we'll see what they can do with Garth and help him out. And then obviously Cameron, rookie, and he's had himself a pretty decent season so far as well. So I'm really excited to see what happens here after Bristol.
Yep.
I think it sucks that we have an off week after, but that's another story. But let's go ahead and talk to our second place driver, Tyler Justice, before the session closes out, because I know that's probably happening pretty soon, and that's going to mess up our overlay. Hey there, Tyler. It's the boys up at the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you, man.
All right. Coming home in second here tonight. Obviously, Boyd just kind of had something up on everybody else, but those factory cars out front seemed like you guys in that first stage really had control of everything. Then once you got to the second stage, you kind of got caught up after a bad strategy, I guess I would say. And then, just a few incidents, but found yourself back up front in stage 3. Kind of want to ask you how it felt out there as you were going back and forth throughout the whole field.
Oh man, it felt like a bungee cord. Like I was after, like you said, like in the beginning of the race, we were kind of managing the pace up front and was able to stay up there. But once we got into that second stage, everything just went to crap, and I don't know how I ended up where I did, and I ended up running long at one point because I was kind of off pace compared to Boyd and even Dallas a little bit. I'm not quite sure what I needed to do different, but I mean, it's to be expected. I didn't have many laps on the setup this week, so it was just trying to find my pace there, especially on the long run. But I ran long to try to catch a caution at the end of one of those runs and didn't get it. And then as soon as I pitted, the caution comes out, of course, like a couple laps later. So I got trapped a lap down, had to take the wave around. And I think when I came under green, I got loose and hit the inside wall. Had like a minute of damage to fix, so I fixed that at the end of stage 2. And then somehow Boyd and Dallas ended up behind me on that one long run coming to the end. So I was like, I'm gonna just kind of run a manageable pace. And Boyd ended up getting back around me right before I pitted, and I knew I was gonna short pit him there. Ended up leapfrogging him, and I was just trying to run a manageable pace to see if I could, let the tires level out enough to where when he got to me, I could block him with the dirty air. But I kind of messed up coming out of the pits and was sideways on the apron and probably lost about 2 seconds, but I don't know that it would have mattered anyway. But I was trying to steal one from him there. It kind of threw me back to the 2020 Southern 500. If you want, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but if you want to get Boyd riled up, ask him about the 2020 Southern 500. He'll have something to say about that. But no, I was just trying to do the best I could there. It was a long race, and glad to get second. Like, to that second stage, I didn't think we were going to get back up there, but luckily it all worked out, and we played the strategy decent enough to get back up to second.
Yeah, we saw you short pit there in, I think it was stage 3. I believe it was stage 3, right before that kind of late caution came out to bunch everybody back up. But it kind of looked like you kind of learned something from, running long in that first stage and getting yourself back in traffic. Wanted to ask you if that's kind of how you felt as well, doing that strategy there in stage 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you run 294 laps here tonight. You're liable to learn something that you didn't know to start with. So definitely learned a few things. Nothing I could really put into words, but just different things I was doing with the pace throughout the run. And it was a couple runs there that we all took 2 tires and try to shift the balance a little bit and try to keep track position. And that ended up not working out for me that well. I ended up building a little bit looser and just didn't really like it. And so, but I learned a few things and was able to get back up to second, so I really can't complain. And like you said, that short pit there in stage 3 really helped me get back up there and put me in a manageable position where I could kind of control the pace and then also not have to get around anybody and be blocked behind dirty air, because you'd be surprised at how much you're stuck if there's someone decent in front of you. Even though you're faster, it's just really difficult to get around, especially if they want to sit there and kind of hold you up on purpose. But it's just the way it goes sometimes. But luckily we were able to get back up to second. That was a long fun race, so I'm glad to come away with that.
Yeah, see,
Nice.
Bill, I'm not that crazy. even though it might not have worked, they definitely were taking 2 tires at points in the race.
Yeah, well, that's because it worked for them because they're a lot more talented than I am, that's for sure.
Uh,
But Tyler, one question, was there anything from last night that you were able to bring tonight to help you?
Um, it's hard because the Cup car is so different with the diffuser and the way the aero is. But as far as the line, I mean, I definitely would have been way lost if I hadn't have ran Darlington all last week during officials and ran that race last night. Just kind of refining the line you need to take through 1 and 2 in particular, because you can really dictate the way your car builds over the course of a long run with how you run through there and drive it up to the wall, and how you turn back down off the banking at it too. You can really manipulate how your balance feels at the end of a run. So definitely, taking a few things from the B car, line wise through 1 and 2 to kind of help me. But like I said, it's a really different ball game in the way you pitch the car and how you drive it. So it's just definitely its own beast.
Yeah. Yeah, well, hey, congratulations on another great finish, man. Second place.
Thank you, sir.
yeah, obviously heading next week to Bristol, gonna be a probably an interesting race. Might be a difficult track for some. I wanted to ask you how you feel out there heading there next week.
Yeah, it's hit or miss for me at Bristol. Really, I really haven't been that good there in the past. If you can roll the bottom, which I've really never ran a next gen race there, so I don't really know what to expect. But usually in the B car, if you can wrap the bottom, you usually end up being pretty good. So we had a decent showing in the B Open SOF earlier this week, and hopefully we can put some laps down in this car and get pretty comfortable with it. But I mean, I know we'll be good. We'll bring a good piece. Boyd's always going to have something good for us to run. So thankful for that, and we'll just go there and see what happens.
Yeah, and it seems like you kind of gave out what you wanted for thanks and everything. But any other thanks or acknowledgments to give out before we let you go and you go celebrate P2 here?
Yeah, most importantly, shout out Kel McClinney for this awesome paint scheme, the Terry Labonte throwback. This is a really
Hell
sweet
yeah.
ride.
Hell yeah.
I was contemplating all week what to do for my throwback, and kind of got this idea from Boyd, and I really dig it. So shout out to Kel for putting together this piece. It looked really good out there on the track tonight, and I can't wait to watch it back on the broadcast. But shout out to everybody else at Legacy Esports. Shout out Reaper Speed Labs as always, and shout out Factory Motorsports as well. And thank you guys for broadcasting as always.
All right, well, go enjoy your Factory 1-2. We're going to go ahead and talk to your teammate here who was able to pull home that victory in that 20 car. And yeah, congratulations, and we'll see you next week, possibly talking to you once again.
All right, I appreciate you guys.
Tyler Justice comes home in second. And yeah, I mean, he had a great race tonight. Obviously, there was a little bit of hiccups in stage 2, but once he got it rolling in stage 3 again, it seemed like it was rolling good again, like it was in stage 1, and found himself back out front with Boyd. And nothing really stopped him, it seemed like, other than really that Jacob Quill move that maybe took his chance away from winning the race.
Yeah.
But now let's move on.
Just another impressive run.
Let's move on to Mr. Hoggan and see what he has to say about his win. We talked to him right before that's green-white checkered.
Go.
Hey there, Boyd. It's the boys up at the booth. You got a copy?
I got you.
All right, coming home with your second win on the year here in the Cup Series. Obviously, we talked to you right before the end of that thing, and you said you were wanting to hold on to it. It seemed like Bill thought you might have had a little bit of a worry in your voice, but obviously coming home with it. Wanted to ask you how the car felt there on the end of that run, and just in general throughout the entire race.
Yeah, started off kind of the way I expected it to. We honestly, we didn't do near enough really for Martinsville or any of the short tracks really the last few weeks that we've had them. And we noticed, like, I mean, we kind of took what we had in officials and saw where that stacked up, and every time we ended up being a little tight. And Martinsville, we were quite tight, still fast, but quite tight. And then, so I took a little bit of a swing on what we had here last night, because I had something I felt really, really comfy with, and I just loosened the hell out of it. And about 60 into the first run, it felt about how I expected it to. Right rear was slipping a little bit, but as the track rubbered up. I mean, I think the best I've felt in the next gen really was probably that whole run after the EOL. So that was really good. It was comfy, cozy. I like this place. I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, I said it a couple of times out there. Your car looked like Tony Stewart's car, and it kind of said you kind of probably felt like Tony Stewart out there with the way you were moving through the field. Obviously, that it seemed like it was was it a speeding penalty on pit road that put you in the back there?
Yeah, I there's a couple of these places where you can kind of bump 46 a little bit or 40 whatever the pace speed is supposed to be, and kind of you can sort of push it and stay consistent. Like you can hold 46, almost 47 down some pit roads, but Darlington's one of those ones where like you flash it for the slightest bit too long and you're done, and
Just got caught out.
that's odd. Yeah. So I would have done there honestly.
But
But
leading into
no,
that
it
question,
was
I guess I wanted to ask you just, moving through the field after that, you got through the field pretty easily. It seemed like Quill said it seemed like you burned no tire out there. Is that what it felt like for you?
yeah. I think well the big thing here with Darlington is like there's 3 or 4 characteristics that a lot of people at every level have, and you can take advantage of it. And most of them are gonna look like they're almost knocking the fence down on exit, whether it's 2 or 4, don't really matter. So it's really just you got to be efficient in your passes and set them up right. Like you don't do it when you're at somebody's bumper, you do it when you're planning on getting to somebody's bumper, especially here. So that was really the goal, was just trying to be efficient. I knew it was going to be hard to kind of get back up there and still have tire left to fight. And yeah, I mean, once I got to them, I think the balance was really just where I needed it to be. And I mean, the car did what we put it together to do.
Yeah, I'll give it over to Bill here, see what he's got for you.
Well, Boyd, I mean, again, you came through the field like a rocket, and it seemed like the dirty air almost helped you in the middle of the pack. I mean, is that what it was, or were you just
No,
just killing them? I mean, it was unbelievable the way you came through the field.
that car was really nice to drive. The
Yeah.
dirty air sucks still. I promise. Dirty air is not fun. I'd rather restart it up front, but had to make it interesting. Yeah, hopefully we got no issues going forward.
That'll be nice. Hopefully there won't be any issues for everybody, and it won't be 16 and 17 cautions like we've been seeing. But
Yeah,
hey, congratulations again, brother.
thank you, sir. I want to shout out Kale McClenny for putting together the paint schemes that we showed up with tonight. I know Dallas had one. Xander won the throwback competition. He did that himself, so that was good. Glad one of our guys got it. Honestly, I felt like
At least
Kale
he at
probably.
least he won something this week. Had a very bad
Yeah,
race.
Kale to me put together a couple real nice paints, and I wish we could have got him the big check and delivered that one, but we'll take this one. At least it won, so we won something.
Yeah.
And yeah, shout out to everyone at Legacy, everyone at Factory, you guys for putting on the show. Um, yeah, I didn't think we'd get it after the penalty, but we got it.
All right. Well, I guess one more question before we let you go and go celebrate this race. Obviously, heading next week to Bristol. We've kind of asked everybody, just how do you feel heading to Bristol? Obviously, it's going to be a close quarters track, kind of like Martinsville was, but way higher speeds through the corners and more banking, more lines, all that. How do you feel about that?
I love the track. It's a lot of fun to race at when you get runs. As far as setup, we'll probably have to work on it a good amount if we want to be as good or close to where we were tonight, because I know we got some pretty old stuff from Bristol, and you don't usually put in a crazy amount of effort to weeks like that. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to drive. It'll be kind of interesting to see what strategy ends up kind of being the move. Whether 2 tires is going to be, whether everyone up front's just going to take them out of self defense, or um, whether we're going to need 4. So that'll be kind of interesting to see, especially the first couple stages. So we'll kind of be on the lookout for that. But other than that, yeah, I look forward to it. Um, there's a good portion of the schedule here the next little while that I look forward to a good amount. So we'll see where we shake out. I'm glad we got the playoff points we did. Uh, that's that's all I'll say. You never know what the hell's gonna happen next week.
That is true. Good night for you in general. Even with the win, even though you already got a win, it's still a great night no matter what. Getting playoff points, getting extra points for just later in the season whenever it comes that time. But we'll let you go ahead and go celebrate your second win of the season, and congratulations to you and the factory boys getting it done here in Darlington.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm proud of the step that I feel like the team has been taking, and excited to kind of see where it goes.
All right. Hopefully we'll talk to you next week. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Boyd Hoggan.
Boyd Hoggan, yeah, getting it done. Definitely
Yep.
sounds happier than normally we talk to him. Seems like.
He sounds like an excited pilot.
He does. It's like a reserved excited.
Yeah, but yeah, just another huge win for Legacy Motorsports. I mean, wow, he just came flying through that field. I've never seen anything like it. And then Pataska, and out of the majors garage, he came up and he finished fourth after the problems that he had. So another good solid finish for him. And I know he was up by the point. So it's kind of one thing about these guys who are the repeat winners is they're taking wins from somebody who may need that to get into the series, to the championship. So
Yep.
if you're gonna play with the big boys, you better show up, and somebody else needs to win if you want a chance at the championship. Simple as that.
I would say another thing that does kind of help with the rest of the field, though, to counter your point, is these guys are winning multiple times, and it keeps spots open because it is still winning you're in. So if the same guys are winning over and over, that leaves all these other spots open. I think there's still probably 12 open spots.
Right,
Which
but
is
I
a lot
meant
to
I
this
should
point,
have clarified that. I meant as far as the races, the number of races is
Yeah, I
is
get what you're saying.
yeah. All right, okay. So
I'm just saying
I'm old.
overall.
I lost myself on that one.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just saying overall, throughout the rest of the season, obviously these, spots will stay open for the playoffs in general for the championship. But yeah, you do want to get wins to get into the playoffs and, lock yourself into that and not have to worry about it. And with these guys stealing them and them running out of time, before playoffs, you never know what can happen. But yeah,
Time to
looking
go.
at our final results here, some of our guys got to update their teams on SDK information because some of these are nowhere near correct.
Yeah.
But you see Stephen Carlisle, that last car on the lead lap, in 15th. So has a somewhat of a recovery night, even though we saw him running in the top 10 around, I think, 7th, 8th earlier, had a little bit of problems and falls back to 15th, but still in the lead lap, which is, a good finish, and in the top 15, as you said, is a win. So I would say that's a win for him. Especially if you have a rough night, finishing inside of the top 20 or inside of the top 15 is definitely some remedy, I would say.
Especially here. It's great run by the ethics team.
You got other guys just behind them. The Mankey in 20th, Cody Leach 19th. Johnny Avila making his return, finishes 35th, not the night that he wanted. A couple other guys like Jensen also making a return in the 19, not having a good night. But yeah, just tons of nights for guys that didn't really go well here. At the start of the race, we kind of saw problems that just kicked off. It looks like the 16 also got disqualified as he's scored last, even though he's 185 laps down. So I'm assuming he got disqualified. So, and we saw him in the wall a few times tonight. But Mike Burnett will be taking that seat next week, so we'll see what happens with the 16. Maybe that car will have its season start to turn around. It's not really had the best start so far. But I I guess we haven't looked at this yet, actually, tonight. I don't know why we didn't look at this, but let's pull up the championship points heading into tonight. And, yeah, you see Pataska still out front. Mankey moves up to second with Short in third, so a couple factory cars up there. The Hoggan in
Wolf
sixth.
moved up.
Wolf also, yeah, he did move up to fourth as well. Harding Walker in fifth. Cody Porter seventh. Couple guys like Albertson in 10th probably will drop after having a rough night here. And then on the fringe of the playoffs was Alan Phillips, John Connor. They were all battling for those spots. They're actually tied. Hayden Higginbotham only 1 point behind them. So we'll see kind of where it shakes up after next week, or heading into next week, I should say, after this race. But I would say that's pretty good for us. We will have an actual graphic for the championship standings pretty soon, because we are getting deep enough into the season where I feel like it's good enough time to make it. We'll probably have it after the week off, so I think it's Talladega when we return, if I'm correct. But yeah, I think that's going to do it for us here tonight in Darlington. As I said earlier, next week we'll be at Bristol, and it's going to be Trucks, Dash, and Cup. And then after that, we'll have some fun races throughout the rest of the season. So it's been your boys up in the booth here tonight, Nathaniel Campbell and Bill Martin here from Darlington, the track Too Tough to Tame, the Lady in Black. It's got a lot of names. And we're going to be signing out here from the Crown Jewel Racing booth. We'll see y'all next week.
See you later.